Okay. La 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 la. Testing. 1, 2. All right, let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. 5 minutes. What you talking about? Huh, that's interesting. What you talking about? 5 minutes. Oh, there it goes. What up, Sharoyas? Oops, there we go. How you doing, my brethren? Boom, there we go. All right. Let's see. Let's see what's going on the internet. Let's see what all the young kids got to say about the politics. And did I break it again? Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. All right, good. Looking good. All right. Boom, boom. What up, Bob? Oh, there we go. Now I got freaking chat coming through to the freaking aggregator. It's weird how we could watch people. Hold on a second. It's weird how we could watch people around the world. Yeah, freaking love the internet. Love it. Big fan of it. Yeah, it's amazing. So one of my next projects, as soon as I move into the new studio, my next project, well, there's two internet projects I'm working on. One is a game, and that right now is on the back burner until I move everything through. And I got probably a couple more weeks worth of internet work until I have enough money to buy a PC to do this work on. Anyway, and then so making a game, and then the other one is a worldwide band. I want to find a drummer from I don't care what country, a bass player from I don't care what country, a guitar player from I don't care what country, and a keyboard player from I don't care what country. And I want to do when I start doing widescreen streams, I'll do like a panel with my new bandmates, and then like introduce ourselves, get to know each other, meet each other because we don't know each other yet, and then decide on a genre of music, then come up with a topic, and then write a song, and then actually record the song on the internet around the world wherever everybody is, we'll record it, and then the money that project makes get to a point where we can fly everybody in, like if the song ends up being kick-ass, which it will, fly everybody in once the project hits enough money to do so, then actually record a music video and have everything documented so young people can see, hey, you don't just need to use AI, and hey, it is possible to still learn how to play an instrument and do something with this age of AI art and AI music and stuff like that. And what I'm going to actually do, I get contacted pretty often about from companies that want to do advertising and whatnot. And I'm like, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reach out to like guitar manufacturers, keyboard manufacturers, and say, hey, if you would like to introduce a new generation of customers to saying, hey, you could use instruments and not just play your guitar or your ukulele in your bedroom, by yourself. We can make Discord servers or whatever, YouTube live chat rooms and whatnot for people to come and actually have jams. I'm sure this has been done before. I mean, not, but I think that would be good, because then we would have a marketing budget to be able to actually market that project. And people be like, hey, I want to play guitar. Okay, well, here you go. Here's 20% off. Well, whatever we figured out to be, go get you a guitar. What up, Martian? People don't understand any single human can bring down any single-handedly in today's world, as yet there's no guardrails. I think it's a great idea, Sharoyas. I think it's a great idea. You know, I also, because I spent a lot of time in music and I spent a lot of time in the movie industry, so I have a pretty good idea of how to make things and then how marketing works. What up, Walrus? And so I think that that's where we're going. And where what I honestly think is going to happen, I think you're gonna have a bunch of people that are tired of being tricked, of not knowing if a song that they're falling in love with is AI, or if a human actually sat there crying over their guitar or piano about the guy or girl that broke up with them or didn't that rejected them, that kind of stuff. Um, and they're going to want to know, like, have actual video proof that hey, a humans actually created, and the reason behind creating that stuff. And then I think we're going to see playhouses and like Broadway have an uptick. I think you're going to see humans wanting to get into rooms with other humans and see humans doing things. Because if you go to the movies nowadays, you're not going to have any idea if that person on screen is actually human, or if it was a human that just got digitized and AI did all of the acting and whatnot. I think that's where where things are going to go. Maybe not 100%, but definitely just say 10%. 10% of those hundreds of millions of dollars that movies make, that would be pretty good. Claude AI's next level, but Google AI Studio doesn't need if you got Pro. Yeah, I ain't got none of that. I ain't got none of that. I ain't got none of that. I can do it myself. Actually, I can. So yeah. So I think it'll be great. I think it'll be great, and I think it'll also have, if you've got sound engineers out there or producers or whatnot that say, hey, let me jump on this. Cool, let's do it. Hey, we should do a song together. Great, jump on the live. Here's the link. What do you want to do? You know, I think it'll be good. I think it'll be really good. It'll be a really good way. And there's, because you have to think about how you're going to get paid. I don't care. I don't need to be a millionaire. I don't care at all. I don't care at all. But you got to be able to survive, pay rent, whatnot, and pay the people for their work. So working with companies like I said, guitar manufacturers, keyboard manufacturers, drum manufacturers, digital and freaking, and I think that would be a good way to go. What up, Shiva? I think that's where I'm gonna be headed. And I haven't seen any. And then again, I spent a good amount of time online, but not obviously everywhere. But I haven't seen anything like that. Everything I see music oriented, at least, is either pushed towards AI music creation, or like the more everything digital. Like, let's make a rap song. Okay, great. I'll program a beat. I'll do some editing, grab some samples. Great. But that, you don't need anything to do that. So where's the marketing behind that? Where's the money behind that? What's up, Sandy? So that, at least, like it used to be back in the day, using MPCs and stuff like that, for MPC 3000 and whatnot. You could sell a product, but now a computer does all that. So, but it doesn't give you any human connection. It's like, oh man, he's a freaking awesome drummer, but he's a Republican or he's a freaking Democrat. Like that kind of crap. You'll get over it to create something together. And then it'll be a thing. A freaking Republican and Democrat come together to make, like they could use it for whatever. I play acoustic guitar fairly well. All right. Well, if you want to do something, what it do, dude? What up, Georgie? Yeah. So that's gonna be the plan. As soon as I get into the new studio, and as soon as, like I said, so the first thing's gonna be is I gotta upgrade my PC, because I gotta be able to handle multiple streams, and I just can't do that right now. So I need the back. I need the back. The infrastructure. But Sandy, on Friday, Pentagon released a new batch of documents and images related to UFOs. Dun, 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 dun. In your opinion, mostly the left. In your opinion, mostly the left. How do we fix stupid like so? in your opinion, mostly the left, how do we fix stupid like soda? Is healthy men can get pregnant? Politeness is white supremacy. Yeah, yeah. So that stuff's already working its way out. I actually was watching a couple of podcasts with retired with well, teachers. Some of them are in and about the system, and they're having those conversations on the left. So that's on its way through. It's pretty obvious that saying like just because like the KKK said you have to be on time doesn't mean that being on time is white supremacy. They drank water too, right? So it's like I think this big burst that came out, and there's a lot of marketing money behind it with that whole thing, that's going to start falling apart. People are going to realize that there are some things that just because an organization did it and they were white supremacists, that doesn't mean that doing some of the things they did, like drinking water, eating food, being on time, that's going to fall apart because you're not seeing any fruits from doing that to kids. You're not seeing a bunch of greatness come out of pushing people to say, because there's still professionalism, and that, like, if you want to work with people, okay, that might be the history of America, but there's people around the world that don't care about the history of America. And if you want to work for a company that wants to work worldwide, those things won't go. They'll just be like, no, we don't want to deal with it. And that's all coming to light on the left. So that's all working through. And I think that the DSA having split, or the Democrats and the DSA now like dividing the Democrats pretty significantly. They're I think a lot more of the far left ideas are going to go with the DSA, and the Democrats are going to like rebrand. No, no tree search. I don't peddle nothing. No, sir. There's a problem with certain music. There's a problem with current music. Yes, right. I think that's why it's so easy for AI to replicate it. I mean, AI has made some pretty interesting music, but it's nothing game changing. How quickly you can make songs is game changing, but it's still it hasn't like created a new style that's like reinvigorating people. What up, Drong, brother? I think one of the best shows when it comes to background music is Better Call Saul. You feel the songs are chosen perfectly for the story. Vince, yeah, and that's what happens when you get talented people to do their jobs. Like people that want to do the work that have a vast lived experience with music and how music works. It makes people in. What up, Lamb? What up, Dave? Everyone, so far so good. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, we're pieces of art. Big ups. I hope you are lovely, Lamb. Regarding stupid, I'm not just talking about the racism. I'm saying other things too, like let's get rid of the police. Yeah. So same thing. That's decimated. If you look at the funding for the DNC right now, they're saying DNC stands for do not contribute. Like the DSA is getting some funding, but the Democrat Party isn't seeing, like, the same whales that used to give millions and millions of dollars for the midterms and whatnot aren't pushing the same kind of money. And like saying tax the rich, tax the billionaires, and then saying, oh, but we got to beat the Republicans. So excuse me, billionaires, can you donate money? And then going to say, we want to tax your money even more so you won't have as much money to donate to them the next time around. So it's biting them in the butt, and they're starting to splay away from it. Two wings of the same bird. AI can't be original. Can only steal creativity. Right. Is it possible all forms of music has already been created? Maybe. It's definitely possible. So then but you still have the ability to do crossover stuff. And the DNC didn't just put out their headquarter collateral to pay for. Yeah. Yep. Only humans. But it's not only that. It, like, the working class, the working class, you can't tax them anymore. And the plan, the current, or at least up to now, the current plan is to tax people more so that we can do more with with that tax money. But like I said, you can't get blood from, I didn't say it, but you can't get blood from a stone. So if you have billionaires, remember, there's more billionaires on the left than there are on the right. So if you tax these billionaires, that extra income that they would have donated some of to you to keep you in power to make sure that they can keep their money. And that's why billionaires often are in politics or donate to politics, is because they've got huge companies and they want to keep that as much money as they can. But if it comes down to the political machine saying you're now the bad guys and we need to take your money, but in order to do that, in order for me to take your money, I need you to donate money to me so that I can win elections so I can take your money. And I don't think that's how the Democrats saw that. And now, and then when Kamala Harris spent, I think it was a little over $2 billion in that 100 and some odd days coming up to the presidential election, had all kinds of superstars and everything, and then was in debt 30 or 27 million dollars, and I think there's still like 17 million in debt, but or whatever it is. Regardless, she moved into an $8 million mansion after spending over $2 billion of donor money. So how she only made, what was it, $300,000 a year for 4 years as vice president? So how could she afford an $8 million mansion? And if you talk to people on the right and talk to people on the left, don't yell at people on the right, don't yell at people on the left, you can see what's actually going on, because there's rabid fans on both sides. But if you want to see like what's actually going on, you have to look into the numbers. A real raw one. It always starts with a big fish argument. It started with emission control of larger shipping boats, top 10 polluters. Now it's illegal charcoal grills. Yeah. I pay more taxes than anything else. It feels like it's what money go anywhere. Yeah. Yeah. And things are going out, right? Drawing. I often had that thought about music, whether it's infinite. However, it's infinite. If considers the time, pauses, beats, different voices around. Right. Yeah, absolutely. What up, Robert? Richard is on early. This is a special treat for us and tender supporters. How you doing, brother? And algorithm, regardless of how technically clever it seems, will never replace humans' creative intellect. Well, so the thing is about creativity is it comes from the imagination. And when you have an algorithm that creates itself off of other people's creations, it's got to be able to match its output to know if, hey, did I do good, boss? Okay, AI, come up with something. Make a program that adds two numbers together and check your work. So it'll do that, but then it'll check on previously created work to make sure that it got the output correct. So when you say make a song in the style of rock, it goes and it looks at rock songs, and then it takes the timing and the chord progressions and stuff, and finds out like there's like the 8-second rule or the time, and then it puts that out. But it needs to know that it didn't give you a hip hop song. How does it do that? So it's got to go back and compare itself to other rock songs to say, okay, this here is a rock song. So it's not going to have anything new to it, or it would fail. It would fail that test. So while it's thinking and it's creating, it's got to say, okay, they asked for a hip hop song. Is it hip hop? Oh no, it's this compares to other rock songs. So no, so start wackadoodling out stuff again. Okay, now it looks like other hip hop songs. So it won't ever create a new hip hop song, like a completely revolution, because it's got nothing to compare it to if it hasn't already been created. Therefore, it will fail that test. Did I do right, boss? Did you write that with Chat GPT, Lamb? He wrote that with Chat LSD. Tax the rich and the ultra rich. Meanwhile, me being taxed 70+%. AI can only copy and paste, right? No soul. They're called fitness functions. University of Stanford just crossed the line and used AI to design and compete viral genomes from scratch. Yeah, I saw that. The problem I have with AI is okay, sure, content creation is lack. I guess sharing consistency made, for example, but is it okay to fix Gemini? Yes, Grok, no, Google AI, ChatGPT, potentially. But see, that's what we have access to. That's what we have access to. We have no idea where they're actually at in AI technology. But as humans, we like to think, we think like okay, I know how to do this, so let me see if AI knows how to do it. And when it does, it's you're like, wow, it can do it. Like often when people first use AI, they ask it something they already know the answer to, and when it gives you that answer, you're like, it's amazing, you know. And I mean but I mean it can do some pretty amazing stuff, especially when some per topic. Hamzi, the power of human, we can make something new out of something new, like we did AI itself. Right. We created AI. Right. It's not like AI created itself. Right. Yeah. Right. What up, Papa Bear? There are no heroes. There is who is trying to besmirch them. That's Dave. He's erstwhile plus ultra. Imagine an AI trained from the Vatican archive. Did you know that Microsoft went to the Vatican to do a complete AI scan of the buildings and the art? And I would imagine the reason that they donated that time and AI processing power is to get access to the archives. I read an article on AI's LLM that was already around for several years. Absolutely. No, absolutely. 10 years ago, 8 to 10 years ago, I was flown to Ohio from Atlanta to work on an AI project. It was a military contractor, retired. It was a retired, well, I guess he was a contractor. He was a retired Marine, and they wanted to develop a product that would connect into existing surveillance systems, like security systems in gas stations and bars and restaurants, and to somebody pulled a gun, or if there was a fire that broke out, how to know the difference between a fire and an explosion. Well, a fire takes multiple frames of video to get bright, and an explosion takes very few frames of video to get bright. And that they already had the guts to work on that. But for us mortals, we didn't have access to those high-powered GPUs and systems. And why do you think GPUs were stacked up to start with the Bitcoin thing, cryptocurrency and stuff that was mined on GPUs? Was the foundational money to get way more technology and way more R&D money put into higher end GPU production that pushed AI forward. So Bitcoin / cryptocurrency and AI were being built side by side with the technology. I'm going to listen while I eat some lasagna. Yeah, at least a decade. Yeah. Ever since there were computers fast enough to handle it. I love you, lamb, because I love to love and I love to jest. No, not you already knowing and testing AI. If you ask AI how to do an oil change because you know completely different answers depending on what AI uses. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I get it. And it doesn't know what car you're talking about, and yeah, but it'll tell you very confidently that this what you need to do. First, you need to go here, the seventh screw to the left, and turn it counterclockwise 6 times. And like, no, that's completely wrong. This is an electric car. There is no oil. Oh, you're right. There is no oil. That's the guy that wackadoo stuff does. How dare they step into the Vatican? Especially if you include perceptions from carbon filters, hill climbing, and genetic algorithms. Hey, yada. Have a good night, lamb, brother. What up, Stevie? Yep, all about that money. Now we even have to access them through their CPUs, GPU, computers stronger than civilians have access to. Wait! Listen. If you ever get bored, start looking into CPU and GPU development. So they'll develop a core, and then they'll say they'll release the latest and greatest And then they'll come out with another latest greatest, which uses basically the same core, but maybe multiple more, or they'll add more memory onto the core or add more functionality onto that. But it's the same base, like Pentium. Pentium went for a decade on the same basic structure. They get their most amount, the most money they can get out of that specific design. It's very so they've got way. They've got research grade stuff that doesn't have to fit. When you sell to standard consumers, you've got a standard size, standard package size you have to fit that piece of silicon into in order to fit it onto a consumer grade motherboard. But when you're talking about research, they could use that whole 300 millimeter piece of silicon and they could put together what 140 or whatever it is. I can't remember how many CPUs is typically on one piece of silicon, but I'd say like it's 140. 140, 10, 10, 10, 10, 11, 11, something like that. So they could have that as one functional CPU with 100 times, if they have it set up for, yeah, no, absolutely. When we think of computers, we think of consumer grade computers. Back in my 20s, so freaking 25 years ago, we had Xenon processors, which were like the pro level of processors, and I had dual CPUs. So the motherboard was a different motherboard, a bigger case, and you could put two CPUs in it that were on daughter boards. Well, they've got that to the freaking nth degree. Yeah. Yeah, AI stupid. I would imagine that good stuff AI is reserved for national defense. Yeah. Even if AI does something new, it doesn't by command have a human as the prototype idea. I've never seen AI say there's no idea. Right. I agree. Have you seen Meet Joe Black? Yeah, absolutely. That was a good movie. Is that your new ballpark Frank microphone? No. This is the same microphone I've been using for a long time. I've been using this microphone to sing for freaking 30 years. That's what I was saying. Lack of not really sure of information consistency AI issues because somehow like some oil change. So it's you would think it does, but the thing is, it's how it sculpts the answer, the LLM part of it. How, like, what word should come after this word? Google, just a normal search engine. There's going to be a web page somewhere that tells you how to change your oil somewhere on the internet step by step. So when you ask the AI to do it, it's going to go find these pages and then regurgitate and adapt that so it sounds like it's coming from their style. So they won't just like Google used to just say, okay, here it is. Reddit says step one. So, instead it'll refam it with ethical hacking. Okay, I shook hands with Pope John Paul II. A saint. Billionaire handling $150 million. Anyone who can fix San Francisco. Good start. So I'm just thinking about running for presidency. I'll fix that. I'll fix it lickety split. 1984 Easter address, and that's a flex. Lab them out. The Amazon logo is essentially a penis. Ridiculous. Talk about marketing. Are you a transgender? I am not, Nicholas. The Prime Minister Prime, Optimus Prime. Imagine a future where quantum computers are household items. It'll never happen. I don't think it'll ever happen. And the thing about quantum computers is they're not general purpose computers. They can't do everything a standard computer can do. They can do like addition or subtraction or multiplication, but you have to set it up to do that. You have to set it up to do that. And then if you say, okay, I want to do addition, it can do it very, very fast. But where's the result going to? The result is then going to a actual silicon-based, normal general purpose computer to take the result from and then compile the answer and spit it back out to you. And if you want to change the algorithm that you want to run on that chip, you often have to physically change what's going on. So it needs, in order to get the answers out of a quantum computer, you need a standard computer. So that's still a bottleneck right there. there's no like VGA card or HDMI port for quantum computers. AI think he can take over the world, but all I need to do is turn off the Wi-Fi or encryption break. And quantum computers use universe to minimize or maximize a function. Right, one function. There is no, I mean, available known general purpose. Like you can't say, wow, this freaking quantum computer's fast. Let's load up freaking Doom. It can't do that. It can't do that. It would still use a standard computer's GPU to get the result to a screen. But yeah, and the sizes and the temperatures they have to work at, it would be like reinventing the wheel to the point where you're still going to use so much power, having to have liquid hydrogen or liquid helium or whatnot to keep it cold, liquid nitrogen, liquid helium. You would need a lot of power to run it. And remember, it's wrong a lot, but it can cycle through itself very, very quickly to get to an answer faster. But it's not like you still have, where's the memory? The memory is still going to be the type of memory we use now. So you're going to need quantum memory, which doesn't even really make sense because quantum can be a 1 or a 0 at the same time. And you've got to figure out which. It's wackadoo. And memory is, no, this is a 1, this is a 0, this is a 1, this is a 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, right? So the accessing that memory to do different things, it's still, I mean, maybe they've got somewhere around the world, they've got mountains that are carved out that have that done, but ain't going to be coming to our house anytime soon. AI will help doctors diagnose patients without a doubt. Without a doubt, we know how the human body works very well. We've known very, very well, like since like the 30s, 40s, 50s. A lot of the stuff we didn't know about the human body was figured out during some very violent stuff during World War II, and after the Allies won the war, Operation Paperclip happened, where well, in part, we got a bunch of that data that they collected from all the experiments that they did in Germany. We got access to that. The Russians got access to some of it. Super Obama, but can it give me a Haitian girlfriend? They contribute some solutions really fast. That's true. Yeah. But right. So you get the answer really fast, but in order for you to use that answer, you've got to have a normal computer in order to have sensors to say what did you find very, very, very quickly, and then it would be bottlenecked down for that. However, AI I use helps me every day. I explain it in detail because it doesn't have eyes. The various tasks after a few conversations, turns out we get it right. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I mean, let's. I can absolutely understand. I'm not anti AI. I'm not anti AI. I'm anti AI girlfriends and AI boyfriends, and I'm anti AI music and art making. But for like health and science, absolutely. Tommy, I got a role in an adult film. I'm the husband leaving for work. Dun, 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 dun. I doing good, brother. Just don't expect the right answer very first response. No, yeah, right. And that's one of the things about it. And how do you know if you're lied to? If AI answers you, if you ask AI a question that you don't know the answer to, and it answers you, how do you know that you've been lied to? That's a problem. When I ask AI to make futuristic things, I imagine it says science. He says science. Didn't get that far. Well, why did we invent? Why do we invent you? You look You look like Epstein. I do. I'm not Epstein, MM. It's like that wackadoodle cat Schrodinger might have killed. Classical computers, we don't have enough entropy bandwidth for the quantum computers want to solve, and they hope to use physics as computers to read the results from classical. You have to use classical computers to read it, as of now. Yeah, and let's say if you're talking about trying to save the environment and not burn so much power, like these things are absolutely insanely inefficient Give me some AI liver kidneys. So one has to have at least 30% of source knowledge to start with. As for agentic AI, I find it horrible joke they're playing on you. I mean, it's not. When it started to come out, when it started to become popular, Chat GPT and what, you had a bunch of businesses that knew other businesses, their competitors, would use AI to get an edge, thinking that it would tell you the best way to run your company, the best way you would do investments and whatnot. And it just didn't end up hashing out like that. But all of that money that companies were using in order to try to get an edge ended up funding the AI company to move AI technology along further. People offended about AI are LARPing as neo-Luddites. Yeah, a lot of them are. And there'll always be people that they get to. Do you think AI could go rogue in the future? Yeah, absolutely. See, listen, when you teach AI to hack systems, it can like do you know how a virus detection software works, antivirus software? It finds known, it's AI. It's what I mean. Virus detection software was AI. It says, okay, here's the vast amount of knowledge about viruses we know. So let's scan through everything and see if we find any of those viruses. And it did it. All you had to click was start. So it knows how viruses, or it has access to how viruses are written and what to exploit in software and things. And usually the things aren't patched or whatnot, or as hackers, like human hackers find, or researchers, still human, find exploits in software. If you're sharing that data with an AI, then it's going to know that, and it's going to be part of its data set, and then people could use it against those systems until they get manually patched. Hey, I don't mind taking a flying bikes to teleportation portals and pulling the plug here. Too much electricity, too much water. I'm actually radically pro AI. That's why I start off with the source material. So 40% casual reading, 30% AI explanations, 20% traditional. I say websites and YouTube. I mean, no, that's if you're using it for education. Yeah, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not anti AI. The problem is, a lot of people are given the answers the AI thinks you want to know. Like if you use the thumbs up and thumbs down, was this a good answer? Did you like this? Yes. Okay, then it's gonna use an algorithm that pleases you more often because they want you to use it longer. Just get used to it. So even if the AI hallucinated with 40%, still has one bearing what the answer could be wrong. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, right, and they what have you asked AI that you couldn't have just asked Google? Like you can't go to AI and say, inspire me to do something great. And then, is it going to tell you what other people did to make them feel great? I want to change the world. Well, this is what these people did to change the world. But this thing of securities have to have a loser lose it for performance, and it will always a trade off between the work of verifying and trusting. Yes, I remember you, Chucky Toodles. All right, it's called depression. A bacterium was paralyzing him. Shuts down. Apocalypse proof crops you've never heard of. Let's check this out.
If the world ended tomorrow.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, that's great. Right. Because think about the compute power behind it. So when you're asking AI to check a 900-page data sheet or spreadsheet or whatever, it's got 45 freaking GPUs that'll use on your task for a few seconds and then switch off to somebody else's task or whatever. But yeah, you're getting that compute that'll help. So that's absolutely helpful. But if it's something that you don't want to share with other people, if you're developing new IP, if you have Chat GPT in assistance, anything that you innovate with that it has access to, it's now part of its data set that other people can find. What's for dinner? I had jasmine rice with turmeric. I had broccoli and I had orange chicken. Yeah, boy, good. Run AI locally. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, especially if you've got a bunch of GPU. I'm very familiar with a llama. Very familiar.
I'm not saying that it will. Most people's survival plan is basically just hoping that a grocery store is still open, which is a plan. Not a good one, but it's a plan. The thing though is there are plants on this earth that are basically designed for exactly that scenario. Fruits that last 2 to 3 years without refrigeration, crops that grow in standing water when nothing else will, plants that feed you and build you shelter from the same stalk. And most people have never heard of a single one. While number 18 may make you lose hope.
Right, but see, Prong, you have the base intelligence to know that. A lot of people get tricked by the marketing that says how freaking fantastical AI is. It'll be freaking doing your dishes, and like it can't do that yet. But they're selling that dream to get the money to try to create that to make that dream a reality. So yeah, you understand that. Most people do not. I mean, I would say the average AI user just does not understand that. And they because they just hear it's the greatest thing ever. It'll freaking do your homework, and and people don't know. It might give them the wrong answer. So, and even though if you've got to check your work, is it ultimately faster? How do we know? How do we know you're not AI generated? I can do this. I can do this. My fake plastic nose. Stop trying to compete with AI, humans. Let it get the workload. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Don't. Yeah, let it. Yeah, let it take a load off. Yeah, absolutely. We're talking about AI and food. AI sex robots are going to take over. Yeah, I agree. I think that's going to do a lot of bad for the human race. I think you're going to have a lot of people that are like, nope, this is good enough for me. Good enough for me. You want to respond to the questions AI gets? Nope.
Humanity. And the first one may actually save someone's life. One of the longest lasting fruits in the entire world is the winter melon. Winter melons are one of the world's largest gourds. That's because they can grow to be more than 60 to 70 pounds. This one right here weighs about 50. As they grow, they produce this white powder. It's almost like a wax. It seals in moisture and it protects them from decaying. During the Han Dynasty, the monarchs would eat it in soups or at banquets, and peasants across Asia would grow it as a survival crop. When it's raw, it tastes kind of like a cucumber. But if you cook it, it tastes like whatever it's being cooked with. That's because their flesh is 95% water. So they became the fruit that could feed both kings and entire villages. One of the best fruits that no one talks about is the winter melon. This thing's been sitting back here for weeks. Winter melons are kind of known for tasting like nothing. That's because they're actually made up of 96% water. That's one of the highest water contents of almost any fruit. When the Europeans found them growing in Asia, they didn't really think they were worth loading onto ships. They don't really have any flavor, so they never made it into global markets. But local farmers would actually treat them like drinking crops. They were one of the only water-storing crops that didn't rot. That's why I consider it the 9th founder crop of this planet. But since it wasn't really valuable to outsiders, no one really pulled it into global trade. If society collapsed in the next 24 hours,
AI can't do something dangerous because we invented them, and the thing is, they're hacking. It's like the pro kid chess when they get the cock, you counter them with an original move is in the book, right? So that's part of the game plan is to always have a kill switch or a kill move. Why does this man? Right, he's great, dude. He's great. That's what he uses. He uses a medieval axe or a medieval knife to show you fruits and vegetables. Let's do away with the Senate. Just have AI. Yeah. And then who actually gets the power? Who gets the power is the people that run the AI. So you could just say, hey, AI, let's make it that women become freaking taxable because of whatever. Right. And then the AI should be like, Yeah, no, the human still controls it. That ain't no goddamn. Why do supplements make you feel weird? Why do supplements make you feel weird? And I don't mean it like a bad way, like a good way. So typically, and this is with vitamins and minerals and whatnot, if you're deficient and then you take a vitamin mineral supplement that your body's deficient in, You basically get a reward for topping up the what you're missing, like B12. If you get a B12 shot and you're deficient, you'll get like a bunch of energy and like feel good and whatnot. But if you do it again 5 minutes later or a day later, you won't feel it because it's just you topping off. And like you need B vitamins and a lot of different vitamins and minerals in order to make neurotransmitters, dopamine and serotonin. So if you're low in that because you're low in those vitamins, so then when you get a boost of those, when you finally supplement your diet with what your body needs to make them, your body starts making a bunch of those things. So that's typically what it is. Winter melon. There's only two types of people: the Jetsons and the Flintstones. Which one do you want to be? Do you yabba dabba do? Put in a kill switch in the stereo for so many AI movies. It's like you want to, if you don't want it to act horrible to it, hold on. Why start with a kill switch warn everything? It's because it's predetermined to happen. Well, and also you know that your competing AI companies are going to try to get it to be cutting edge too. So if you don't give it the ability to go to the extreme, then maybe you'll be deficient in another area of the development cycle. So, and your competitors will, and you don't want them to be better than you because then you won't get no money.
The first thing everyone should grow is the winged bean. The winged bean is one of the only crops that has more than just carbohydrates. These are one of the most protein-packed plants in the entire world, but it's still one of the most unrecognized fruits in the world. People would eat the leaves like spinach, and the pods would be eaten like green beans. Even the roots of these plants can be eaten almost like a potato. The plant originated in the Pacific Islands in the areas that had longer nights. That's why it was so hard to grow it outside the tropical region. So people started breeding new varieties that could flower in different day lengths. But by then, soybeans had taken over the global market. That's why it was called the wonder crop of the tropics. So it went from a crop that could feed the entire world to a crop that some of you are just now hearing about. If there was a chemical attack, the only thing standing between you and poison gas is a coconut. The coconut shell that everyone throws away is one of the most effective weapons in human history. In 1915, German forces released chlorine gas at Ypres and wiped out 5,000 soldiers in one attack. So scientists started testing every material they could find, and the only one that could stop poison gas was coconut shells. Burning coconut shells creates something called activated charcoal. It's one of the only materials that catches poison gas before it reaches your lungs. But the military needed millions of shells, and they couldn't get them fast enough.
Bottom line, to order AI to be useful and so as to read, what I found is that even after AI, the subsequent successful outcome, I'm still drawn to the source material again. Right. That's you. But so many people consider its first answer gospel. Yeah, so I mean, if you just like a chainsaw, it's a great freaking thing to add to your repertoire. But if you want to say like look at it while it's spinning and say it won't cut my leg, and then you tap your leg, if you're one of those types of people, yeah, it's probably not. I take supplements, but I've not been taking them for a long time. I started taking them again. I feel good, and I'm assuming it either eventually goes away or you just stop noticing. I mean, no, you don't feel. You don't get back into that depression. Like you'll, instead of sitting down and being like, man, I feel like crap all the time, you'll just start finding more stuff to do and whatnot because you'll have that mental energy. Like that's what happened with me. It's not like it felt good. It felt good. Now it doesn't feel good anymore. But I don't feel like I felt before I started, especially. We need a kill switch to tell them who's boss. Yeah, I imagine a series of ones and zeros controlling your life, you know. And in this world, I hardly come across people that want to read. Yeah, brother, we got a lot of people that can't read. Ones and zeros will already control your life. The governments will use AI to massive order data and figure out what summarized with AI. Yeah. As 3 nanometers, ordinary titanium dioxide breaks symmetry and turns into ferroelectric. Does it? Ordinary titanium dioxide. How would that be ferro? You mean have the? I'll have to look into that. With AI calling places, it's AI calling places to speak to a person. I won't want the AI to take over determining if I should speak to a person. Yeah, that stuff pisses me off too. You'll be the one. Yeah, you'll be the only one deficient by not using it. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, but you deficiency sucks. And we need to change education systems to start letting kids understand this at a younger age, that like what we do is we eat like crap, we eat crap, we feel bad, we go to the doctor and they give us something that will typically address the symptom without addressing the cause. And the cause, the first things you want to make sure it's not is a vitamin or mineral deficiency. And I think this is, if I know this, they know that. So it's like it's just a very, very problem. The chainsaw analogy is apt. The amount of table saw accidents is alarming. Using a calculator, using a mobile phone, fiber optics. Yeah, it's all like ones and zeros. The irony of the story is we invented the idea of what is a zero and what is one. Yep, that's right. That's right.
So they started putting coconut recipes in women's magazines, asking housewives to donate the shells. Over 400 tons of shells were being sent from home kitchens every day. One of the most effective defense weapons in human history became something that most of you throw away. One of the most eaten crops that nobody eats is yampi. Yampi is the only yam native to the Caribbean and South America. It was domesticated almost 8,000 years ago in the Amazon by indigenous people, but when enslaved Africans were transported to Jamaica, they recognized it. It looked like the yams they grew in West Africa, so they started growing it in small plots of land, which is how it became a staple crop. In Jamaica, it became known as yampi, but the English called it Indian yam because it was a non-European crop. And today, scientists call it an orphan crop. It's officially been labeled as neglected. It tastes almost like a nutty sweet potato. African yams make up almost 90% of global production, while yampi is endangered, so it became the crop that spent 8,000 years feeding the creatures that refused to save it. One of the most underrated survival crops in the world is the boniato. Boniato is a type of sweet potato that's not actually sweet. After the fall of the Soviet Union, Cuba entered what's called the special period. They lost their biggest trade partner, so they had less everything, including food. Boniato, or Cuban sweet potatoes, actually grow really well in bad soil, and how they grow is actually pretty cool. Sweet potatoes are actually not potatoes, so you can't just stick it in the ground and wait for it to grow. They actually sprout these things called slips. One of those slips can grow about 3 pounds of boniato. The people of Cuba would roast them underground or steam them in banana leaves. They're kind of mild, so they taste almost like roasted chestnuts. La cual es pensiante en tiano. I've been making videos about food history for about 3 years now, and almost all of them lead back to violence, erasure, or systemic theft. And every single time someone asks, how did you know? So I started documenting them. Academic papers, colonial trade records, expedition journals from the 1800s, and I found that most people would never read these. They're buried in university libraries or written in languages that most people can't read, or they're just...
So this stuff, all this old data, that people collected for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, piled into libraries and archives all over. And I think what we're seeing, the digitization of a lot of this, and you see AI companies buying access to a lot of these things too, which will make it a little bit smarter. But we also have science in these, the science in a lot of these books has been evolved. Like science is an evolving discipline, or technology. Like you if you have a sensor and you measure something with the sensor, and the sensor says this is 3, and then your sensor gets better, and then you measure it and it's 2.85, it's like, okay, we got more accurate, we got better. And it happens with a lot of things as you get more data. So this is where a lot of error can come into play. I remember seeing a AI hallucination thing report from MIT, where they were asking the AI bot how many bones are in the spine, and it would say 19, 13, 22. And so where was it getting this from? Was it just making it up? Or back before you had really good documents of how many bones were in the spine, was there data that was digitized, and it's still pulling from old data? I was saying like a good. I was saying like that good, like I guess your euphoria, or like awesome feeling of self, is that feeling eventually fade. Yes. Yeah, it fades. Yeah. So that euphoria is your body. Like I said, if you are low in B vitamins, especially 12, your body can't, it doesn't contain the chemicals required to make the chemical reaction to do the process to make like dopamine and serotonin. So when you start giving it what it needs, it starts filling up those stores and making more dopamine and serotonin. It's going from having less to having more that from what I understand initiates that euphoria. But then you get used to that. Instead of you feeling euphoric when you take it, you just instead of it's a trade-off. So the euphoria means more to you when you're depressed or not running at top levels. So that going from 80% to a 90% is that like euphoric feeling as your body's starting to fill in the receptors. But once they're full, there's no more receptors to be filled. So you just your general level is that much happier, but you won't feel that refill again. Speaking about reading, an AI says human are confident or something. I have an answer. You were a mere thought in the head of one of us. We made you a reality. Bold of you to say that. Oh, geez, now food is falling under systemic racism. It's all right.
It's simply not taught. The people who wrote history had every reason to bury what actually happened. Farmers didn't get to write the botanical surveys. Enslaved innovators didn't get to publish the agriculture journals. The archive is almost incomplete on purpose, so I started to write my own. The Insane Archive. Every short investigation breaks down the evidence, what the sources actually say, where to find them, and what they prove. It's the case file behind the verdicts. Most people accept the textbook version and never ask where it came from. You can become one of the people who actually read the evidence. It's currently $7 a month, and if you and someone else both want in, the group plan brings it down to $42 a person per year. So grab somebody who's just as pretty insane as you are and join the archive. Now, back to it. One of the greatest doomsday crops on this planet is the lotus root. The lotus is one of the only crops that builds its own underground tunnel system, and that single trick is what makes them almost impossible to kill. That's what makes them one of the true doomsday crops, even though they're not officially in the doomsday vault. If your country were to be mysteriously flooded, these tunnels would act like air vents, pumping oxygen into the lotus plant to keep it alive. That's why farmers across Asia treated lotus root like a famine crop. When their rice fields would fail, even the tiniest fragments could grow into an entirely new plant, so it never needed to be replanted. So sometimes the things growing in the darkest places are the ones built to last.
Depending on your philosophy, AI might have always existed on in the probability of the universe, and it will always alive in the math and the minds of humans. Right? It just took technology to catch up to actually bring it into fruition. For supplements, I take a B complex, high dose B12, biotin, magnesium, glycinate, fish oil, potassium, vitamin K, D3, zinc, and prebiotics. Yeah, so that's about what I take too. I don't take a B complex because they're usually in the wrong ratios, but I do take the vitamins of a B complex. I take a high dose B12. I take magnesium glycinate. I take biotin. I don't take fish oil. I take potassium. I take vitamin K2, vitamin D3. I take zinc bisglycinate also. So I get glycine from the magnesium glycinate and glycine from the zinc bisglycinate. And I don't take a probiotic. Other than that, I take creatine and I take type 1 and type 3 collagen. It's just math, right? The day we might get a bit scared of AI is when it's asking and wondering on its own. I can't do that, Dave. They found out that non-ferroelectric became ferroelectric when its thickness fell below 3 nanometers. The structures actually produced a switchable electrical polarization. Mr. President, have you ever took me? Yeah. What are you talking about? Absolutely, I did. As a youth or a young freaking rock and roller, yeah. I mean, like what before I got when I was taking like ADHD drugs and whatnot also. So when and this is one of the things, had I known that I had an issue with B vitamin B12 when I was younger, I probably would have just fixed that deficiency and been fine. But instead, you get a bunch of different pills from the doctor that give you a buzz and say it'll fix your ADHD. It doesn't fix your ADHD. But yeah, absolutely, I did. I think I would not have had I couldn't sleep. I could never sleep at night because my body could not make the things that your body needs to sleep without the proper chemicals, the proper vitamins and minerals to do that. So then I would drink a lot in order to fall asleep. Fish oil is one of the best supplements, increases focus, lowers blood pressure. Yeah. I eat a lot of beef. I eat a lot of fish. I eat a lot of shrimp. So I do get a lot of omega-3s, but so I don't take them. I used to when I was younger. I used to take, because of the ADHD and how it helps with focus. I did take krill oil, which is really expensive. I did inhale. No, you don't want to mainline that. You don't want to mainline it, brother. You don't want it in your bloodstream like that. You want it in your organs. There's a good video interview with the top researcher official. Yeah. I used to take lots of omega-3s.
Longest. Most of you will never grow yellow yam. And that's because it takes almost a whole year to grow. Yellow yam is usually planted deep in the ground, so most people never really see it. In the mountains of Jamaica, there was a group called the Jamaican Maroons. They were escaped slaves that resisted being ruled by the British. They would hide yellow yams deep in the forest patches so that the people hunting them wouldn't find it. Yellow yam can survive almost anything from dry spells to bad soil. So the Maroons would map out where each yam was planted, and they'd return later when it was ready to harvest. The fastest human on earth credits his speed to eating yellow yam growing up, and even now in patches throughout the forest, yellow yam is scattered underground, fueling the living creatures that can find it. One of the most sacred crops on this planet actually comes from bananas. These things look like alien babies. The banana flower.
Strong eats beef. Yeah, I like yam too. I'm a big fan of sweet potato. I've got a bunch of sweet potato that I grew.
Stem is where all your bananas come from. And at the end of that stem is this big purple banana blossom. When people first realized it was edible, these things almost instantly became a survival crop. That's why it was so common to peel off these bracts and soak them in lime juice, which is what draws out the bitterness and keeps it from turning brown. During famine times, people would boil them in coconut milk or fish broth, and typically fed them to new mothers to help them with milk production. So even when bananas went bad, the flour literally kept families alive. That's how the byproduct of one fruit became one of humanity's hidden legends. Most of you will never grow a water chestnut, and that's because they don't exist. Almost everybody in Southeast Asia has eaten buckets of these.
So it depends. It depends on what your goal is. If you can reach the goals in what you want in life and business, then still do it. Right, absolutely. But if you just want to exist, like if you just want to wake up and walk around and breathe and go to bed until you die, then go to the woods. But we're part of if you want to play. Most people's issues in this economy is they don't take part in it like how you can. That like if you get assets, you kick the can down the road on the taxes you have to pay. And I don't know, like your the particulars of your how you make money. But like especially if you're getting like shit tons of money, but 70%'s freaking nuts. Are you in America? Too bad, prefers, I assume. I already knew you ate beef. He's poking you. Doesn't have any new jokes. Yeah. So like if I was making $1 million a year, easy, like working 2 hours a day, and I was being taxed 70%, I mean, I can understand. Like if I work 2 hours a week. Now, if I'm breaking my freaking back 60 hours a week for $100,000 a year and get taxed 70%, that's a completely different ball game. But if you have investments and whatnot, things that are just printing money and you're getting taxed on 70%, that's a different thing too. But what's the goal? Especially if you have kids, if you want to leave the kids money and stuff like that. So it depends on the goal. AI regularly asks, have you improved this thing? He says, I'd use nanotechnology and do this and that. And I asked myself, was this AI's primary job? Right. No, that's what they're doing. They're using the tool to help other people get their input in to improve their product. So they released it promising the world it couldn't do it. But if you just spend enough time with our product, paying for our product, it'll get better because you're making it better. Yeah, it's a freaking wackadoo. In the times of famine, they had coconut and fish broth. It doesn't sound like famine. Yeah, I think he means when the bananas weren't growing. I think that's what he was talking about, when the fruit wasn't fruiting, but they were still getting the flower of the banana tree.
It looks almost exactly like a chestnut, but they taste kind of like a coconut. And that's because they're an aquatic vegetable, meaning they grow underwater. That's why when European traders saw it growing in Asia, they called it the chestnut that grows in water. But water chestnuts actually aren't nuts at all. Nuts are fruits that have a hard shell that doesn't open to release its seed. And water chestnuts are corms. They're the storage organ of the plant. Even though they're not nuts, they're actually one of the many crops that have a false identity because they resemble other crops that they're not at all related to. One of the greatest things.
Yeah, he's got a good way of saying it, though. He's very, very calm and got that deep voice. And
ever be grown by humans is the moringa tree. Moringa is grown in many places to fight against food hunger. They grow fast in poor soil, and they also store nutrients pretty well. In ancient Maori in India, warriors would eat moringa leaf extract before battle. It was their version of a natural energy drink. You can leave the leaves out to dry for a few days and then blend them up to make a powder and put them in capsules. The Egyptians used moringa oil as a skin moisturizer and a sun protectant. They also put them in tombs because they believed that they could be used in the afterlife. One of the greatest crops that actually almost disappeared is quinoa. Quinoa only really grows at altitudes where wheat and corn literally can't. So it packs everything a human needs into a single seed, which is why it's considered a complete protein. But the seeds are really bitter, so people had to dry, wash, and boil them just to eat them. That's why when the Spanish arrived, they banned it and called it comida de indios, which translates to food of the Indians. It was pretty much food that was low status because it required too much work. They burned down entire quinoa fields and pretended that religion was their reason. They forced wheat and corn into the lowlands, while quinoa stayed trapped in the mountains. But as food systems on this planet begin to collapse, quinoa kind of earns its label as a superfood. If your entire food system collapsed in the next 24 hours, the first fruit tree you should grow is the tree tomato. The tree tomato is one of the only fruit trees that doesn't go dormant. It keeps producing fruit while everything else stops. That's why ancient humans relied on it as a year-round crop. It originated in the high altitude of the Andes, where short growing seasons forced it to produce constantly. But when the Spanish took over the region, they replaced crops like the tree tomato with European crops that only fruited once a year. By the time scientists realized how important year-round production was, industrial agriculture had already standardized around seasonal harvest. It wasn't until
How about that thing, Meta thing? Mark marketed about 2021. He said it'd be virtual reality, but yeah, it didn't turn out very well, did it? Yeah. What did they call it? That was Meta. It was metaverse. The metaverse. Europeans make all that noise about tomatoes being better in Europe, but they're American fruits.
1967 when New Zealand rebranded it as a tamarillo to make it sound more exotic. So it went from a tree that could feed people 12 times a year to a fruit that most of you are just now hearing about. One of the greatest explorers in human history is the ancient June plum. June plums were never native to the Caribbean, even though they're one of the most eaten fruits in the Caribbean islands. It was actually brought there by sailors because their entire ship crew would get scurvy. It's a disease caused by severe vitamin C deficiency. During a time when humans were addicted to traveling across the ocean to solve their problems, they were really bad at self-nourishment. But June plums have this really tough skin, and they also have something called ascorbic acid, also known as vitamin C. But the strangest thing about these things is their name. The reason they're called June plums is because they typically ripen during the month of June, but they're actually not plums at all because they're part of the mango family. So we have a tropical fruit named after a European month, mistaken for an entirely different fruit. Most people don't know this, but the white pumpkin was never supposed to be white. Farmers actually used to throw these things away because of their color, but that white color was actually a random mutation that made the pumpkin better because this pumpkin has no pigment.
They tried. Yeah. They absolutely tried. They drank a lot of rum too. I saw that American bread has 25 ingredients my grandma uses for. Yeah. No, it's a big problem. It's a big problem. A lot of American bread now. When I was a kid, if bread got wet, it turned into mush. But now it's like a sponge. We'll watch a video on it just right after this.
It does a really good job.
Yeah, we'll do it right now. Bread that can take water like sponge. All right, let's see. Yeah, watch this.
Oh my gosh, y'all. I just realized this keto bread that I got, it's the same brand.
Yeah, tomatoes from the Americans, right?
It's the same brand, y'all. Y'all seen that video going around? Old girl had some regular white bread, but it was from this brand. She put it underneath the sink, and it did not crumble into pieces like bread is supposed to do. Yes, I'm about to try it right now. If this bread does not crumble underwater, oh my God.
Yep. Watch this. Watch this. It puffs right back
Oh
up.
my gosh.
She smashes it. What out, little toilet? I hope everyone is killed by helping session. Gonna happen, brother.
Oh my God.
Tomatoes from America, some noodles from the Orient, with Italian. Yeah. A lot of that Papa Bear is all marketing. It's all marketing. If you have an area in America that grows lots of tomatoes, you can say when you're marketing the areas outside of that area in America, like say it was in Ohio that grew a bunch of tomatoes. So in Florida, you market it saying, "Oh, we get these all the way from Italy." The Italians, this and that, and then you sell it as a markup. It's part of the marketing scheme. So a lot of that shit is all just talk. It's all, I mean, not all, I'd say a hell of a lot of it, though. It's just crap. They want to sell it for more. Like, yeah, we got them on a boat. These slaves had to pick them in Italy, and they got on a boat for 6 months to come here, and you're so lucky. These are still good, so I'll give them to you for $1 a piece. Yeah, it looks delicious. Yeah.
Oh,
You fill it up, you little toilet. I've been very good at getting bread. You're a nice bread against rolling. Yeah, I love it. Make spread at home. I do. Yeah, I have sourdough. I make sourdough here. I haven't bought bread in years. Spam it.
do y'all see this thing growing back out on its own? Oh, the devil's a liar. The devil is a lie. A lie.
Yep, that's freaking wackadoo. That's what you call that right there. Whack a freaking do.
Bouncing off sunlight,
My
so
mom
it's
and
really
grandma
good
used
at
water
protecting
flower
itself
me.
against sun rays.
That's it. Same here. Water, flour, yeast, salt. Bam, done. Yeah, that's it. And some people add an egg in, but that's all. That's it. That's all you need. Yeah. So the yeast that the yeast that I don't add yeast. Sourdough is yeast from your own environment. You set out water and you mix water and flour, and then you leave out in a jar open, and a couple of days it'll start bubbling up as natural yeast finds its way in there, and then you can just continue to make that. And depending on where you're at in the world, it'll taste different depending on the different not brands, the different species, different variants of yeast. Yeah, so like my sourdough isn't sour, doesn't smell sour. Focaccia is better at home. Its bread needs a strong oven. Get yourself a big old brick oven.
That's why they could sit in storage for months while other pumpkins rotted. Eventually, humans saw its potential. They taste much sweeter and they last much longer. So they selectively bred them for durability instead of color, and eventually marketed them as a new exotic gourd. Most people use them as
They marketed it as a new exotic gourd when it used to be something that was thrown away. So you're growing a bunch of stuff. You're growing nice big yellow pumpkins, and then you see some area you're getting white pumpkins. You're like, I can't sell white pumpkins, so you throw them away. Then you get to the point that maybe like 10% of your pumpkins end up being white as the whole genetics thing happens. So then what do? Exotic. These are from outer space. They're $25 a pound. Natural yeast stored in a wooden cabinet. Yeah, and if you want to slow it down, you put it in the fridge. My mom used yeast to get bigger, almost double size. 1 to 2 hours. That's that's about how long it takes to double in size. If depending on the yeast content, it can take anywhere from 1 to 4 hours, but usually about 1 to 2. I have to take 3 steps backwards to go 1 leap forward. I only eat bread from my local French bakeries these days. Either baguettes or the sound. Yeah, it's good stuff. Every now and then I'll buy artisan bread sourdough. Yeah. And listen, it's very easy to make bread. So it'll take you 10 minutes to mix the dough, an hour or 2 for it to double, then 30 minutes in the oven. And you can make 2 or 3. You know, I usually make 2 loaves and then freeze 1 and that'll last me. I do it once a week. Rich, what's your opinion on pak choi? Any benefits? There's another Chinese kept bok choy, B-O-K? I've never heard of pak. I'm guessing you mean bok, B-O-K. I grow bok choy here hydroponically. Yeah, I don't know if Pak is something different. I've never heard of Pak. So this is bok choy right here. We'll try Pak. Pak. Oh yeah, look, there's a pak choy. Yeah, yeah, no, it is bok. So it's the same thing. Pak choy and bok choy is the same thing. Yep, I grow it here hydroponically. Oh man, I'm way behind. Sorry, I didn't see it. I laugh companies see a lot of news like more artificial. I laugh at some of these companies, like when I see in the news companies removing artificial colors of the soda, switching to sugar instead of cow syrup. How it's crazy as it. Yeah, they're wackadoo. Good bread is awesome with some cheese, sausage, salad. Yeah, bro. Dear astronomers, watch the whole process. The huge star dies. I did see that. Yeah, I didn't watch it, but I saw the video. I I didn't watch the video. I saw the thumbnail and the title of the video. I didn't read it yet, though. I didn't watch it yet. I always love bread. How cholesterol free is bread? Has never had cholesterol. Yeah, and there's lots of stuff like gluten free freaking corn and gluten free water. Yeah, I'm planting. Planning to grow the top of my aquariums. Yeah, grow it up. Yeah, make it happen. It grows very easy, and they're not really huge. I mean, as you can see, they're pretty small. They're good. Yeah. Why not? Listen, you can grow shit in your house by your windows. If you got grow lights or stuff by your aquariums, plant some shit in some dirt. Plant some seeds in some dirt. Let it grow. You gotta dump some water on it once every 2 or 3 days, like that. Grow some stuff. It's super cheap. They spell it Pak in Jamaica. Yeah, I typed in Pak Choi and it converted to Bok Choy. And then here it says Pakchoi is the bang of the season. Yeah, it says bok choy, pak choy, or pak choy is a type of Chinese cabbage. Percasia. Percasia. There you go. There you go.
As decorations, but they're actually one of the best eating pumpkins in the world. The worst tasting fruit in history was actually one of the most famous. The quince was actually more famous than apples, and that's because humans fell in love with how they smell. Quince smells like fresh vanilla, but it was never really treated like a regular fruit. And that's because if you eat them raw, it pretty much turns your mouth into a desert. But if you cook it, it tastes kind of like a pear with a vanilla aftertaste. During the Middle Ages, people actually used
cannons. Gotta be. I have strawberries in the garden. They have also invaded, and I have tons of them. Amazing how strawberry. Yeah. It's amazing how they just freaking stream it out. All you have to do is start the process. Yeah. Companies were getting rid of the diabetes ingredient, but here's cancer. Bok choy is actually very healthy for kids. Yeah, bok choy is good stuff. It was my balls. The bok choy, Obama.
Quince as an air freshener. They'd put them in linen chests to perfume their clothing. Eventually, humans discovered that apples had different flavors and they were easier to eat. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's why in Europe they're usually used to make jams and jelly. One of the most poisonous crops that could save your life is taro.
I can't
I actually ate enough to make a normal-sized human sick. Taro root is full of needle-shaped crystals called calcium oxalate, and when you eat it, your mouth goes extremely numb. It also has things like cyanide and enzymes that block your body from digesting protein, and it tastes kind of like sweet potato. For 28,000 years, it kept millions alive during famines. But for that same amount of time, every generation lost people who didn't cook it properly. If you didn't cook it long enough or soak it properly, you died eating the food that was supposed to save you. That's why every culture that grows taro has strict cooking rules passed down for thousands of years. So the same food that kept millions alive during famines is the same food that killed the people who needed it the most. You may call me crazy, but tomatillos are not tomatoes. The word tomatillo literally means green tomato, but they're actually not tomatoes at all. Tomatillos don't grow naked on the vine like tomatoes. They actually grow wrapped in this leafy husk. That husk is what protects the fruit, and it also locks in moisture as it grows. That's why they taste more tangy than a traditional tomato. Long before red tomatoes made it to Mexico, tomatillos was used in almost everything. And you would always see them planted in pairs because they can't self-pollinate. The name tomatillo comes from the Nahuatl word tomato, which ultimately means plump fruit. When the Spanish arrived in the Americas, they saw that tomatoes and tomatillos look similar, so they literally just threw them in the same bin.
I don't have an opinion on it as of yet. Let's take a look at it. Let's see what its contents of it are. Oops. Borrow plant. Let's see. Let's see. Flowering evergreen shrub. It's used as a chocolate substitute, sweet, nutty, caramel-like, earthy, with raisin-like aftertaste and no bitterness. Um, yeah, there you go, brother. Look at that. Friggin' B complex. Riboflavin, which is B2, niacin, which is B3, alongside E, D, and C, and folate. Also contains trace amounts of vitamin A, trace amounts, right? Paired with high levels of calcium, potassium, and dietary fiber. Yes, that's probably why. So a lot of things, a lot of these folk remedies that have been told or known to heal people over the years, a lot of them are just very dense in particular vitamins or minerals. And so, like, if you're not eating vitamins and minerals or things that contain these, you'll end up being deficient, which makes illnesses, it can mimic other illnesses. And then, so like, here, take this. You haven't had any B vitamins in the past 6 months, so you're sick. So here, this will make you better. And yeah, so that's often why a lot of folk remedies work when you look to see what's actually in them. Being a kidney recipient, I had to learn all the superfoods for the kidneys. This boy lying. I also got habaneros that I plant each season. Probably my favorite American plant, habaneros. Can't do it, dude. I'm a freaking girl. I can't handle spice like that, dude. When I was younger, like, Taco Bell mild sauce was as hot as I'd go. Now it's probably Taco Bell fire sauce or hot sauce. Also got some habanero. I find it ridiculous to be books or video real life healthy smoker trend. Like, here, things I do to healthy as a cigarette. No, there was such thing as a healthy smoker. So very interesting thing about COVID. Like, the nicotine in tobacco products is like that you'll have to look into it on your own, 'cause I'll get in trouble. But yeah, apparently the people that didn't die from COVID supposedly were smokers. Though mainly consumed in Asia, burdock root is one of the healthiest things for kidneys. But I've heard of burdock. What up, Bathy? Da, 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 da. Yep, smokers didn't die, right? Yeah, because they had enough nicotine in their system. Well, let's see what the internet will say about it now. I mean, if we're still not being damn, science backs your grandma. That's right, brother. That's right. It's interesting, huh? But so if you think about like all the stuff witch doctors would have, it's usually a bunch of different things, foods or herbs that have some sort of vitamin and mineral profile, and then when people come in with an illness of some sort, often it's from a deficiency. Now, they didn't know this at the time, but they knew that like for scurvy, they didn't know if you ate a lemon, you didn't get scurvy. If you didn't eat citrus fruit, you did get scurvy. So when vitamins were found out to be a thing, they said, oh, look, scurvy's caused by a vitamin C deficiency because you're out at sea and you bring a bunch of meat and everything. But yeah. So that's how things were slowly found. People got ill. They ate a bunch of different things when they could, and whatever one made them better, then they started trying it on other people that had those same illnesses and found out this is what you need when you have this illness. And then as science evolved, it got down to, well, what's in this? Okay. Yeah, so it says here, early in the pandemic, studies showed that smokers were underrepresented of hospitalized COVID patients compared to population of smoking rates. It led to speculation that nicotine might offer protection. Isn't that crazy? Smoking is bad. Years of science. Yeah. Well, right. Smoking cigarettes absolutely is bad. And one of the main reasons is the cyanides in cigarettes converts methylcobalamin, B12, into cyanocobalamin, an inactive version of B12. So why is it? Well, the science let us know. The science let us know that it puts you into B12 deficiency if you smoked cigarettes. But back in the day when people would chew tobacco and take nicotine other ways, they weren't having the same issue with COVID. Why? Well, it appears that the anti-inflammatory effects of nicotine receptors and it interferes with COVID receptors or entry or replication. Right. So I'm not saying to smoke cigarettes. I'm saying that the science was pretty interesting in saying why weren't a bunch of people, why weren't smokers at the top of the list of people that had COVID? You get way less Alzheimer's. Somebody after the tobacco through smoking anything is obviously not healthy. Yeah, no, it's bad for your lungs. It's horrible. But you have to say, okay, what is it about this plant? What does it contain that's beneficial? Cigarettes are a product, something that companies sell. So it might happen to contain something that can be beneficial in certain things, but just smoking to smoke, no, it's going to kill you. Not talking specifically COVID. I understand I'm ridiculous here. There are foods and gyms, whatever. Stay healthy, smokers. If you ate a salad, no cancer for you. Yes, it's nicotine. Right. Nicotine. Yeah. Right. But when you start at the top of the pyramid, okay, you say, okay, here's COVID illnesses. Why? And then why is it that smokers are underrepresented? And then they say, well, what do you do? Well, I smoke. Okay. Well, is it freaking the tar? No. Right? Is it? I'm still quitting in October. Good. Yeah, get rid of that shit, brother. Quit that stuff. Plant. Please see if prickly pear has lots of vitamins. Right? Yes, prickly pear's got a lot of C in it. Also, prickly pear vitamin content. Water's found in the ocean. That's right, brother Rip. There was lots of drama around Egyptian mummies having tobacco, cannabis, and coca. It's not actually smoking cigarettes. Yeah, it's not the act of smoking. No. Breaking news: fork found in kitchen. Okay. Prickly pear vitamin C, 15 to 23% per 100 grams. Also contains B vitamins like riboflavin, niacin, and 6, and vitamin A. High levels of minerals like magnesium and potassium. So really good stuff. And it tastes really good. The COVID goes up there, see you punk rock, and leaves out in fear. I think there's they remove advertising. I think it's great that they removed all the advertising and actors associated with smoking with male virility and bravado. Yeah, well that was the marketing industry. 8 out of 10 doctors prefer Chesterfield. Yeah. I remember when I was a youth, they were still like Camel cigarettes had Camel Cash, and like they got sued for it because they had like a cartoon camel character that like made kids more interested in smoking. Best thing about Alzheimer's is you don't even know you have it. Yeah. Prickly pear. All right, let's see. All right, now this is just the AI overview, but I knew it contained a lot of C. I knew it contained a lot of A. Okay, small trace amounts of in the fruit. Niacin, 3%. And this is the thing. Most people never make sure they get 100% of all of their vitamins and minerals every day. And people wonder why we need healthcare. Brody, I regret every time my mom offers carob. I regret every time I'm prickly pear. I say I want chocolate or something. I got a question for you. How can one be racist if the only race on the planet is human race? That's right. I agree. Only humans would need other animals such species to say. Right. So if you want to control a population, the easiest way to do it is to create a boogeyman. It's something to blame all of people's problems on. So that's, and you'll notice it not just with racism, but anything in society where they want to split groups, they'll make something phobic or something ist. And that's to say, the reason you're not happy is because of these racists. The reason you're not happy is because of these homophobes. And that's absolutely to split people up. Right. We're humans. It's the human race. Racism's stupid. Right. Absolutely. I agree. Hip hop. What's up, Brad? Brother, doing good. Rip Van Winkle. Would you digitize your conscience and live forever? No. Definitely. I mean, I'm not my consciousness. No. I'm going to document everything that I've learned, or as much as I can before I die. I'm going to document it so it's searchable. Yep, brother. Jesus kid, one day close to the rapture. I was hoping it was 2 years ago, but we're still here. I am George, spending my day at the park because at this point we're just discriminating against others based on regional adaptations. Right. That's right. Right. But why do they spend so much time in schools, Arya, teaching these things to the detriment? Instead of saying we're all on this planet together, let's figure out how to use each other's God-given talents and skills that we have learned to try to make it best for everybody. They want to say no because there's multiple parties in a political apparatus, so we need people to vote for us. So we're going to tell, yeah, it's wackadoodle. Funny thing about Ronald McDonald stopped eating meat and apologized to children for years for tricking them into eating it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Humans have always found ways to hate each other. Yeah. Hate exists, evil exists. What up, duo, brother? How's your broken arm? Because everyone is divide, conquer scheme. Yeah, austerity. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You don't see racism in history in areas that are ruled by kings and whatnot. People that like you're never gonna run for office. You're not trying to get your brother or uncle into office because it's just this family that runs this area. When the king dies, his son will take his place, and when that son dies, his son or daughter or whatever will take his place. And that's the way it was when people. But now, because power is so consuming and so addictive that people think they're going to use whatever tool they think is best fit for them to get the power. So if they can use things like racism and stuff like that, they'll use it. You were saying cigarette smokers because of nicotine, and that is not fully true because you could vape gums, pouches. Oh, it's nicotine cigarettes. So, right. Well, right. But there may also be things in the vapes and whatnot that counteract the benefit. Except the vampires. It's all good. Blacks account for a majority of arrest suspects, violent crime, only 51% robbery, footsteps, making up 30% of the population. Line two, you're on the air. Can you talk about the Chronicles of Tung 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 Tower? The Chronicles of Tung 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 Tower. Man, Sharaj, you're slow on that guy. Tung 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 Tower. There we go. I'll take care of it. I'm a little faster than you mods. All right, let's see. All right, where did I go back to? Boom. We got a bot. Yeah, I took care of him. Ban the bot. Black is alive to answer. What the hell are they afraid of whites in Mississippi? What? I don't live in Mississippi. I live in Georgia. Also, when someone has the flu or cold, she forces him to eat red onions and potatoes. Yeah, so I've seen red onion and garlic used in like folk cold remedies. Also, I asked her why. She said, "Grandma," she says, "Ask Google if cooked red onions and potatoes treat cold." I have to move out of Isle of Man. Why? Where are you going, brother? Where are you going? Okay, what am I looking for? Red onions. Red onions and potatoes for treating the cold. All right, let's see what the AI says. It says using the socks or the feet does not treat the cold. There's no medical proof that the feet. I didn't say feet. It says this: eating these vegetables provides vitamin C and hydration. Eating red onions gives your body helpful vitamins and minerals. So that's that. So a lot of illness that you get is because your body doesn't have what it needs to have a very good defense, like zinc, for instance, zinc ionophores, like quercetin, and the vitamins and minerals. Like if you haven't been eating enough foods with plenty of vitamins and minerals and whatnot, and you end up sick, often that's why it is. So even viruses and whatnot that you might get, before, as long as they don't replicate and get out of control, if your body can take care of them quickly. But if you don't make sure you're at top. There's an old study: the children with blue eyes and brown eyes, all the blue eyed kids stuck together. I was shouting the blood. I think I've heard that. That sounds very familiar. Going to Devon. Uh-oh. What you doing down there? I also don't understand bots. What they try to trick people high with the bot. It's the same spam as yeah. People get bored, James. Domination. I haven't had a cold in years either. My aunt's moving with her family down in Spain, talking with my grandmother. Fat bong, brother. Say hello, drop it on backdoor clap. There you go, brother. Go with your grandma following year. Do you like the Vancouver Canucks? I've never heard of them. The hockey team? Maybe I have heard of them. Vancouver Canucks. Yeah.
According to Wikipedia, the Vancouver Canucks are a professional ice hockey team based in Vancouver.
In the 90s, they were trained to be afraid of Ebola, not COVID, but single-stranded RNA virus. Hanta, COVID, flu, Ebola, all single-stranded RNA viruses. We know how they work. We know how they transmit their genetic information. You know, it's like if you really get bored, look into zinc and zinc ionophores, and look at vitamin C and look at vitamin D3 levels. We are Americans. We don't know anything Canadian except hockey, maple syrup, and Canadian bacon. Canadian bacon. Not Indian. Canadian bacon. What's up, Trey? There you go. There you go. That's why we keep the Canadians around. Yeah, boy. Man. You know what I had the other day? So my neighbor owns a restaurant, and she owns a Thai restaurant, and she's Thai. And her belt on her riding lawnmower broke, so she came over with a new belt, and I put a new belt on for her. She said, "How much?" I said, "Shrimp fried rice." I am. Also, I found out I keep breaking loads of bones. I have osteoporosis. Yeah, and you're what, 15 or almost 15 years old? Yeah, brother, you need to look into vitamin D. Ask your parents ask your doctor about your vitamin D levels. I'm sure if you have osteoporosis, they made sure you're taking a good amount of vitamin D. Pray for Vancouver. They got an awful hockey team. It's ham, but they call it Canadian bacon. How we only know about Canadian bacon is because of the McMuffin, right? That's got to be freaking making them some money. You didn't drink enough milk. Yeah, brother. You're Kevin. It's genetic. I mean, brother, still, listen. It ain't, so it might be genetic that you don't make vitamin D very well in your skin. And a result of that is osteoporosis. So that's why, like I say this all the time, get your vitamin and mineral levels checked, because like there can be things that are genetic, like you don't have certain stuff in your gut that would help you absorb particular vitamins or minerals. So if you don't have that, then you've got to find a different way to get those vitamins or minerals in you. I guess you mentioned the memo of milk that does a body good. What's up, Richard? That's my name. I don't know what that means. Yeah, you can still do something about it. You're young. Yeah, right. So I've had family members with osteoporosis, and the two vitamins that absolutely need to be taken for osteoporosis is vitamin D3 and vitamin K2, particularly MK7. Vitamin D3 and vitamin K2. All right, look. Osteoporosis and vitamin K2. Oops, there you go. Vitamin K2 helps the body manage calcium. It activates a protein called osteocalcin. This protein bonds calcium to your bones and keeps it out of your soft tissues and blood vessels. Yeah, I still fix it. Not too late, apparently. It's better than it was. It's better than it was a few years ago. I mean, if you need to talk to your doctor, talk to your parents, and you need to look into getting vitamin D3 and vitamin K2, or getting your levels checked and getting on that. They're simple vitamins, and this is definitely something you want to get checked. When you have cancer, you just accept it. Right now, you treat it. Yeah, don't just say, because listen, if the doctors did not check your genetics, they do not know if it's genetic. But if your mom has it, you have it, they just say it's genetic. It may not be genetic if they haven't checked your genetics. I hate when doctors say that. First thing you should do is probably get more sunlight out. Putting dots of tar in water, good or bad for you? Dots of tar? I've never heard of it, brother. I'm guessing, well, I don't know what kind of tar you're talking about. Like if it's roofing tar, yeah, I've never heard. I guess it depends what's in that tar. Like, so if you're talking about types of oils, or like Shilajit type stuff, that might be something different. Bok choy. Yeah. Yeah, right here. It works well with other vitamins. It teams up with vitamin D and calcium to support total bone health. Another way to get supplements, take probiotics. Right, yeah. So if your guts aren't in proper working order, your intestines aren't in proper working order to get the vitamins and minerals out of your food into your bloodstream, then you're just pooping out what you eat. Just don't take supplements. Get your electrolytes up. Start sprinkling Himalayan salt and get your body alkaline. Black tar, they will keep the doctor away. I can put THC tar in there. Start eating spoonfuls of baking soda. Sorry about Carmen. No, yeah, you need if your doctor told you have osteoporosis, you need to go back to your doctor and say, what do my vitamin D levels and vitamin K2 levels look like? That's the most important things to do for your body. Because if it is genetic, if say you have an abnormality that's also in your family that doesn't allow your body to absorb these vitamins and minerals from your food, then it's going to result in things like weak bones. Yeah, you have to take your health by its horns. You can't just lay back and die. The chemical reaction with milk with honey is good. I didn't even know there was a chemical reaction with milk and honey. The land of milk and honey. Yes, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Bam. Vitamin D3. And this is a liquid. This absorbs through the skin. Keep your bones good. I have osteoarthritis. Water fasting helps very much. Good. Damn, I didn't know tar was bad for you. I guess I should stop eating all those chunks of road pavement. All right. For bok choy, well, you looked up bok choy earlier, Sir Keith. Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I grow it. Yeah, it's probably still up here. Look, boom. No, it's not it, Carob. Yeah, right here. Right. Oh, you can't see it. Yeah, I already looked it up. Bok choy. It's still right here. We were looking it up already. Many may take Flint more off than my Flintstone vitamins for that. I mean, the thing it's important to do is when you look on the side of food and it says on a food packages, it says how much vitamin A, D, whatever that it's got in there. It's up to you to make sure you're getting 100% of those vitamins and minerals every day or close as you can. It's wood tar. Grandma Time drops of water. Oh, wood tar. Wow. Wood tar health supplement. Let's see. It's not recognized supplement as wood tar. Beach. Okay, pine tar. Yeah, pine tar. Kutar is not more toxic compounds like phenols, for topical with creosote toxicity. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Doesn't look like it's kick ass. For those effects from his drugs, other opiates quite soothing. Milk and honey. Chemical reaction between milk and honey. Can you eat avocado skin? Yeah, you can eat avocado skin. When milk and honey is mixed, there's a reaction when combined. Okay, milk to honey does not cause a dramatic or dangerous effect. It creates a physical mixture and a mild biochemical combination where sugars, proteins blend together smoothly without curdling or separating. Honey is slightly acidic due to organic acids like gluconic acid. It's weak acid, high sugar buffering capacity. It'll not drop the pH to curdle. Nutritional synergy. The carbohydrates help transport and deliver amino acids like tryptophan from the milk across the blood-brain barrier. Bam, boy. Can you just imagine for a second that someone with the worst foot fungus is shaving it off with a cheese grater directly about it? Yeah, that's no bueno, brother. I saw a video of the who's that chick online that she was the foot doctor, the foot doctor, the blonde girl. She does lots of like TikToks, YouTube shorts, and there was somebody that was scraping off their foot funk, and then somebody clipped it in going onto it. Yeah, it's disgusting. Are you sure grandma isn't just putting activated charcoal in her water? Could be activated charcoal. That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like. Olive sap. Most olive oils, the fat and natural rancher, sticky tree sap for removing tree sap. It's not olive oil? Tar from burning olive trees. Not far. Tar. How to know if a supplement is high quality? As long as it's blue raspberry flavored, you're good to go. Burning olive oil, tar, increase soap buildup. Why tar forms? High moisture green wood, contains 20% of waste evaporating, whatnot. Olive wood contains natural cellular oils that cause heavier smoke and localized sputtering when not seasoned. Yeah. I've never heard of that, brother. I also, what is that? I want the best recipe for Spam. I mean, I don't eat that. I don't eat Spam, but I guarantee you can find a freaking making Spam alternative at home. Yeah, I guarantee you. Making Spam at home is cheaper, healthier, meatier, flavorful result. Grinding and emulsifying pork shoulder and ham. Get that iconic salty flavor. So yeah, the important parts is ham and pork shoulder. And then just, grinding it up. The Flintstone vitamins are clearly the best, especially the purple ones. Tunisian. What are from burning trees is probably in the realm of witchcraft. Yeah, I've never heard of it. I mean, I've heard of a lot of things. I've never heard of getting an oil or a resin from burning olive trees, and I can't see how it would be. I mean, beneficial. I mean, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I just with what my the what I know about chemistry and the human body, I just can't. It might just be because you're drinking more water. Like if you have if you're dehydrated and somebody's like, yeah, this has got the tree sap of a freaking ornamental olive oil tree. Yeah, and you drink a bunch of water and you start feeling bad. I don't know. You sure grandma's not a witch? Sounds like some sorcery. I meant from the wood. Okay, so that's charcoal. That's activated charcoal. Yes. Yeah. Yes, that's activated charcoal. So yes, that can do a lot of things for you. That can remove toxins from the body and do lots of good things. Just ask her. You can ask her. Charcoal for health. Okay, activated charcoal, black powder, treats that dog overdoses, poisonings by binding the toxins of outside of medical emergency detox, teeth whiteners and juice. Lacks strong scientific backing. Poison treatment. Doctors give it in the emergency room. Toxin binding. It works best when taking an hour of swallowing harmful substance. I actually probably have about somewhere around here. I actually have activated charcoal capsules. Remember when Grandma said put Vicks cured everything? Yep, my grandmother did. My actually said to activate charcoal. They put yep, water filters. Yep. All these things you're talking about, chili also goo. It's all right. It's all right, Pop and Bear. We're learning together. Grandma does it again. What up, Calvin? Have you calmed down today? Me? I'm calm, brother. They won't let me talk to anyone on my platform. They won't let me talk to anyone on any platform. Why, Bradano? They also have activated charcoal toothpaste. Yeah, I saw that. It turns your mouth completely black. Yeah. It's crazy. I hope and pray every day you guys are nuked in every major. Okay, you're gone. That's probably why you're you're not allowed to talk on any platform. Charcoal toothpaste is the best. I love little black flecks all over my bathroom mirror and sink. Enamel erosion acts like sandpaper on teeth. Bam. Let's do this real quick. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, bam, bam. Okay, done. Bam, 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 bam. Just remember, we use the proper country when dentists used to have a sign that says, said your baby teeth. Yeah, we did. They did have that. Charcoal, toothpaste, and electric toothbrushes are Satan. I have a lot of aloe vera. Yes, I've got probably eight to 10 big ass plants. You are handsome. Thank you, Red. Thank you very much. Thank you. I also look good in black and white. All right. Let's see. Where were we at? All right. Let's see. Optical fiber that listens. Nobody gets. Man shows how ancient walls can sing. I tell you what, it's such an interesting life with it. Grandma also recommend goat ghee. If it turns out beneficial, I'm going to lose it. So ghee. So if you're talking about butter from goat milk, and then clarified butter is, I mean, it's a very beneficial fat. So it is. I mean, it's way better for you than a lot of other cooking fats, especially like man-made. Yeah, ghee's some good stuff for you. It might sound weird, but vanilla actually feels more soothing after a sunburn than aloe vera. I would be interested to see if you're actually using vanilla or because it's very, very, very difficult to get large amounts of vanilla. Like vanillin is the artificial flavor, the artificial compound. Can be beneficial. Yep. Bam! Party hat. Oh, my head's going the wrong way. There we go. Thank you. Behind the seal. Ghee is whey for protein, creatine. Right? Let me do it like this. Oops, broke that too. Let's see. Okay, so it does a bunch of good stuff. Thank you to the Jews for the blessed weather we have today. He had today. I sunbathe daily, Mr. Plaid. I sunbathe daily for 2 hours. 2 hours. Sunscreen for sis. He's gotta get that vitamin D, brother. All right, look, ghee is clarified butter rich in healthy fats, fat-soluble vitamins, butyric acid, digestive support, reduced lactose content, high hot cooking, though it should be consumed in moderation to high calories, saturated fat. Contains butyrate, short-chain fatty acids that nourishes the lining of the intestines. Hey, hey, Uncle Alert. Thanks, brother. Thank you, Robert. Considerable. I guess I'm calm. Yeah, I'm calm. That's it. Easy to digest. Lacks most lactose and casein, making it suitable for many with dietary sensitivities. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Looks good. All right, bye. All right, let's see what we watch. Neutrinos. Tracking the tropics. Typhoon Dolphin batters Japan with strong rain. Let's see what's going on. Oh. Oh, I don't look too bad. I don't look too bad. Shockey, PS showing the Woodstock documentary. Peace, love, rock and roll. Good old PBS. Trying to save their glass. Bunch of duct tape. Nice artsy shot. It's all wackadoo. Sunday! Thank you behind the seal. Thank you, brother. I can't believe Kinsey days without fact checking their grandma's old line. Yeah, man, I gotta figure it out, Papa Bear. Everything's canceled. Let's see. The USA will profit from it. So, how can you guarantee that? What would replace it, and who would benefit from it? So, say, for instance, there is a bunch of beneficiaries from the current Constitution. Who would lose with a new Constitution, and who would gain? Because there's going to be a bunch of people that are very, very, very upset and or possibly hateful to a lot of Americans in the current set. If they're the ones, the resentful ones are the ones that get to write the new Constitution. So if you had to take people in power, okay, say you get a bunch of the DSA wins and a bunch of Republicans are already in power, and right, so they would be the ones to come together to do it. How would we get to a point of writing a new Constitution? This is Typhoon Dolphin in Japan. Typhoon Dolphin, Lola, how you been? I remember Mom used to put ground coffee and wounds. Yeah. So yes, that coffee grounds used to be used as what's called a poultice. Yeah, for wounds. Yep. 16. Humpty was pushed. Moot discussion unless you're prepared to explore all the points, isn't it? I mean, you brought it up, brother. You brought it up. I see coffee grounds. It's a little weird for sure. Yeah, but it was used. My kids live in Okinawa, Japan. Yeah, this is in it just says Japan. Let's see if it says where. Yeah, Okinawa. Yeah, it says Okinawa right here. Okinawa Prefecture. Nearly 260,000 residents in Kagoshima and Okinawa. You might want to give them a call. God knows there's to use AI to rewrite the Constitution. Huh? a concerned world citizen. Well, the buildings are standing. There's still a bunch of scaffolding standing, so it doesn't look like it was too bad. That's good. At this point, if you're still supporting the Democrats, I mean, listen, this is going to be beneficial for the Democrats. This rebrand is going to do. You brought it up. Didn't I suggest? I didn't bring it up. Straw man would suggest you can't get past your own deep personal investment nationalism discussion to us passionately. So what do you, brother? Hold on. Look. You came in and said, "Are you calmer?" Yes. Okay. And then you said the USA would profit from a new constitution. And then I said, "How?" And then you said, "It's a moot discussion." I don't get it. So you said, so let's have a discussion. I started with how we would get there, and then you said it's going to be moot to talk about. So that seems like just backwards to me. The arson who started the Spokane, Washington fire and burned down 1,000+ buildings, almost the whole down, has admitted to start 25 other fires. I saw that. Yeah. Don't disrespect Okinawa. That's the home, Mr. Miyagi. I'm not disrespecting it. Absolutely not. You're saying Lola said they had family there, and I was saying that's where it was. No, freaking concerned citizen. I'll talk about anything. I got no problem going through. We can even freaking write up a new constitution. We can write up a proposed constitution. Absolutely, I got no problem doing that. My point is, my point being at first is first of all, you have to come up with one that would be beneficial to the citizenry of the United States. And then you would have to get that accepted, right? So what would happen? What we see now in politics is it's so divided that you have a bunch of resentful people that would set the new structure up to encourage what they want, which might not be the best for everybody. I was being facetious. Also, Grandma also has stomach pain. She fries chickpeas without oil and eats them. Man, chickpeas are good. Chickpeas are good for you too, and they're good for the earth. The Constitution is not supposed to be written, only amended. Yeah, well, so the DSA wants a new constitution. Now freedom of speech is bad. I hate the freedom of speech. Well, I mean, listen. I'm the one that said I think we should be trying to like in academia, we should be trying to craft a new novel government, not going back to the old ways, like not saying, hey, let's try communism again. Like why, like we have all these brilliant people, all of this time that they get in academia. Why hasn't a new form of government been crafted rather than pulling from the past? We'll talk it through later. If Miller's got to go, talk about it amongst yourselves for now. Oh, well, we weren't in politics at the moment, but yeah, typhoon. Yeah. So a typhoon is depending on where the weather starts. Like if it starts over the water and moves here. Look. Typhoon versus tornado. Oops. Boone versus Tom. TYPA. What has it right there? Okay. What's the difference? Okay, so hurricane and typhoon are regional names for tropical cyclones. All tropical cyclones are alike, and they draw heat from warm water from the ocean surface to power horizontal rotating wind, similar in size. Tropical cyclones have different energy source from cyclones, which systems draw their energy from waterfronts and jet streams. So if they get their energy from the water, then they can be considered a hurricane here, or over there a typhoon, and then or a tropical typhoon. And if they get it from the energy from the jet streams, then over there they consider them. Here you go. Over the Atlantic Pacific, tropical cyclones are also called hurricanes. The third typhoon, tropical cyclones are just called cyclones. Over here. I was being sarcastic about hating the freedom of speech. I know. I know. Let's have some fun. Ask AI to create a new constitution. If we didn't have Second Amendment, we'd already be done. I think we would have also had a lot more other countries try their hand at America. Chief, you have a good night. All right, brother. I have to go out and buy some wire mesh, building a screen door. Simple project. Thisoldhouse.com is fab. Yeah, I told you it's great. Great resource. All right, brother. I always thought typhoon was just an Asian hurricane. If they want a new constitution, there needs to be a revolutionary war. There's a reason it's called a revolution. It's been a good run, 250 years. Just saying, it may be time for another. I mean, it looks like it's heating up, but this has happened before. This has happened before. Like after periods of wealth and no wars, like throughout like the 80s and 90s into the early 2000s, everything was pretty chill. And then in starting in early 2000, and even during there, you had like the underground communist like party guys that were gathering and learning in academia, and about started in about mid 90s or so for about 30 years. And then as the divide increased starting in the mid 2000s, between Republicans and Democrats. Like it used to be, Republicans and Democrats just had different basic economic ideas of how to move America forward, but still wanted the best for this American system, this current system. And then that started to shift, especially coming in about 2008, 2010, 2012, 2016. It started the split fracture, and then it went completely nuts after 2016, 2020. Then you got a lot of the people that were kids in 2008 are now old enough to try their hands at running things. And so you have a bunch of people that got a lot of education in socialism, communism. I mean, look, if you look at the breakdown numbers for who's part of the DSA, like the only 4% of the DSA is blue collar working class, and they say that they're for the working class, but almost all of them are either retirees, disabled, or college kids that don't currently have a job. 70, I believe it's 77%. One spins one way and one spins the other. So I'm looking forward to drawing from your expertise, complicated builds. Carpenter's Gothic Home is the end game. Yeah, it's a good end game. I'm sure you have that. I do. I built many. Of course, it's been called a revolution. Yeah. What about a tsunami? How does it work? Yeah, we'll look up tsunami. We'll look at site at opposed to sawmill, lots of wood, years ahead. Start learning. All right, good night, brother. New amendment, right to bear supplements, brother. I want it. I absolutely. I mean, it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be an amendment. I absolutely want to amend how we do medicine. This has got to be added in. Rage Against the Machine, yeah, and then pissed off a lot of people in 2021, 2021. Earthquakes, oceans, tectonic plates. We need to reevaluate electoral college. You know, obviously, yeah. I mean, the electoral college, whatever. Electoral college. I don't think the electoral college is the problem. I think lobbyists absolutely are the problem. I mean, dude, listen. If it was up to me, I would absolutely say we got 1 day of voting, and like you get everybody out that can get out. If you're infirm, disabled, whatever, then you can get a mail-in ballot. Other than that, 1 day of voting, and then that's just done by the population. Right? Instead, I mean, why do we need the electoral college when we have? But I can understand, because of these voting inconsistencies, it'll be a problem every single time. So yeah, okay. We'll be looking up now. Tsunamis? Was it tsunami, or was it tsunami? Tsunami. So yeah, tsunamis, when you have an earthquake in the ocean and it shifts, the land shifts underneath, it causes a big drop, which causes a big wave. But we'll find some data here for you. Fun fact: clouds weigh hundreds of tons. Yep, I did know that. Yes, they're a lot of water vapor. Okay. tsunami. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see the education of it. Insane tsunamis, tsunami science. SWAT's coming. Da, 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 da. We need honest, flexible individuals to run the government. There are issues there are no 100% honest individuals. Yeah. Evil's definitely an issue. Like, look at this freaking SWAT Dexter guy. Okay, let's see. All right, here you go.
In 2011, tens of thousands of people were killed in Japan by one of the most deadly one-two punches the forces of nature could bring: an earthquake followed by a tsunami. A tsunami is a cataclysmic ocean wave triggered by a sudden movement from the ocean floor, usually an earthquake. Intense friction from colliding plates forces one plate to override another. The energy builds until the overriding plate finally snaps. The sudden movement causes a chain reaction where the water gets shoved and wave after wave speed across the ocean.
Yeah, that's freaking. Depends on
Once
the size
they reach
of that.
shallow waters,
average, I would say.
the wave
I have
mass
no clue
gets
about
pushed
social media
upward,
comes to voting.
and the water at shore recedes, and then it approaches. A colossal wall so swift, once you realize the impending calamity, it has already arrived. For AccuWeather, I'm Eric Austin.
There you go. Still in school. I still graduated 08, 2004. They kept saying the year 2020, 2025, Miami, New York, underwater. Yeah. Listen, it was like 25 years ago. No. It might have been 2000. It might have been 2002. The King of England, who was, not yet the King of England, but the current King of England, said that most of the world would be underwater or over in 13 years. And that would have been 2015-ish. That didn't happen either. It's disturbing that mentally handicapped people could vote. Just have people living out, people vote. People vote. That's kind of sad. They said California should be an island. Yeah. Listen, I was told when I was in elementary school about the San Andreas Fault and how California would be an island. It would break away from It's that. Imagine if nature decides to make a brand new calamity, like all of a sudden the ground begins having holes or something, right? Yeah. So those are called sinkholes, Tomsy. Those are called sinkholes, where the ground just opens up and just swallows things off the surface. Typhoon is the same pronunciation of the word Arabic that has to do with people of Noah, Noah's flood. Okay, let's see. Sinkholes.
Sinkholes can happen just about anywhere, on roads, under homes, and even in remote areas. But in the US, they happen most often in Florida, Texas, Alabama, Missouri, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Pennsylvania. Anywhere where the bedrock is vulnerable to erosion by groundwater. In many cases, the main trigger for sinkholes is water, either too much of it or not enough. If groundwater dries up, like during a drought, it can take away support for the ground above, causing it to sink. But if there's too much water, like during a big storm or a sudden water main break, the influx of groundwater can also cause instability. The sinkhole that opened up on the Illinois soccer field is actually kind of unusual in that it was spurred on by an active mine. But it's not unprecedented. Limestone mines, like the one in Illinois, are usually carefully engineered to prevent collapse. Sinkholes can form either really quickly or really slowly over a long period of time, and they don't always come with warning signs. And sinkholes are usually round because the shape of a circle takes the least amount of energy to create. Sinkholes can happen just about anywhere.
Welcome back to Top 5s.
Uh-oh, Arabic
Today
versus
we're doing
Arabic.
the top 5
that's you
largest
can't pay people to swear
sinkholes
their vote.
captured on video.
Right. No, that's definitely a problem. That's definitely a problem. I mean, but that's how we've gotten to where we're at as a government. We absolutely could have drafted things better, but it starts to seem, the older I get, that it's by design. Most people can't see the future. They can't predict their own futures. But there are some people that absolutely can. And with AI and things, you could put these models saying, if I pass a law that does this, what will happen? What will happen with the population? Knowing human nature, knowing the spending habits of these people, the financial habits of these people, what will happen? And they know. And I absolutely think that they have people, obviously, in the government that calculate these things out, and they know if it'll keep them voted in or not. He was talking about during the days of Noah. I'm pretty sure I was speaking back then. Obviously, I was talking about Tofa Noi. I'm talking about the pronunciation, not the exact meaning.
Number 5. A man in Russia is on his way to work, but suddenly he notices something unusual take place in front of him. A large cement truck sinks into the street.
I wish that front car was in the way.
According to authorities, this event was actually caused by a small sinkhole. Luckily, however, the driver managed to escape unharmed.
Yeah, drawers probably stink.
Number 4. There appears to be a fairly large pothole in the middle of this highway. Drivers react accordingly by avoiding the obstruction.
Not that guy.
But over time, the pothole forms into something much more menacing.
Uh-oh. It's a Semitic language. Yep. I meant Arabic. I know this way Arabic I was talking about.
A large chunk of road falls away, revealing a massive sinkhole.
I speak it, I don't know. I think they spoke Arabic.
This must be the worst time to be stuck in traffic.
All right, Siraj,
But
brother, have a good night,
thankfully,
brother.
everyone eventually manages to get out of danger. Number 3. In 2012, authorities in Louisiana investigate a report of a sinkhole which was concerning nearby residents.
Look at that.
They approached the sinkhole in a small boat, and then, amazingly, witnessed the sinkhole expanding in front of them. The sinkhole swallows up trees like butter and turns the lake into a mixture of dirt and debris.
It could imagine it draining the whole lake. What up, Talik? He says, I'm not Arabic, by the way. Me neither.
Authorities believe an underground salt cavern may be responsible for creating the sinkhole. Number 2. Aerial footage shows one of the...
Dude, look at that. So I'm guessing these houses were dotted straight up. Yeah, that's right. What up, Jesse? Jesse likes turtles. Yeah, look at that. So all of these houses that were along this line right here, they just gone, because there's houses over here, and I guess all the ones that are here just got swallowed, flushed, like freaking Mother Nature just flushed the toilet. I think people are called Arabs, the language called Arabic. People have houses, people's houses. Yeah, look at this.
largest sinkholes ever recorded in Russia. A massive 125-meter wide sinkhole forms directly in the middle of this small town, forcing hundreds of residents to evacuate. Authorities have since restricted this area due to safety concerns.
What's that massive hole that helicopters can't fly into because it'll drop in? I don't know the name of it. We'll see if we can find it. Maybe they'll show it here.
And most residents have still not been allowed to return to their homes. Number 1. Lake Peigneur was a popular place to cool off in the summer for the people of Dalcombre, Louisiana. It is also home to one of the largest salt mines in the region.
So it just
On
swallowed
November
the whole
20th,
thing.
1980,
I'm used to it.
an
Imagine how
oil drilling
calamity
crew
a mountain
accidentally
forms all of a
drilled
sudden
from the
opposite.
lake into
Well,
the
that's what happens on the other side of the earth. When a sinkhole happens on this side, a mountain pops out on the other side. Just kidding.
salt mine below. This created a massive sinkhole, which caused Lake Panier to completely drain into the salt deposits below. Video footage captures the dramatic events unfold.
It's just flushing it down. Nature is so delicate and definitely powerful. It's Mecca. I think they can't fly over. No, he's talking about the hole. The hole. There's a huge hole in the ground that has a huge cavernous features underneath. So like it supposedly, if you try to fly a helicopter down into there, the way that the thrust will be evacuated out, it turns into like the mirror mine. All right, we'll look it up. Man, can you imagine being on one of those boats? Can you imagine being on one of those boats and just being flushed down to the center of the earth? Well, you know. Just swallowing trees like a turd going down the toilet.
Miraculously, workers inside the mine all managed to escape before they were flooded. Nearby fissures on the lake also managed to escape before they were sucked underground. Despite the magnitude of the event, the death toll from the Lake Panier disaster is 0, but the Lake Panier area is now completely destroyed.
That's freaking nuts. Uh-oh, what the break? Oh, it's my phone. Son of a motherless goat. Dang it. Dang it again. Let's see. Okay. Mirror mine. Dude, could you imagine being in that underground freaking mine? Sitting there mining salt, and all of a sudden an entire freaking lake just flushes in, just blasting you out. Helicopters cannot fly over due to the temperature differences. A crash kind of like if a road gets close to their temperature. Mirror mine. Where do you think at least here in the U.S. we'll be able to end the indoctrination? Like, for example, what's going on with the Smithsonian? Nah, I don't know, brother. I don't know. If so, this is probably what's going to happen. The schism that's going on now currently in the Democrat Party, the old school Democrats are trying to move themselves away from the more extreme views of the far left. So I think ultimately, if they don't do very well during these midterms, I think what's going to happen is you're going to have a restructuring of the Democrat Party. And I heard today a bunch of Democrats were talking about trying to force the DSA to not use the name Democrat in their names because they don't want people accidentally voting for DSA while combating with the DSA. So, I mean, it's something wackadoo's going to happen, or you're going to have a fourth party. We'll see. Mirny mine that can bring down a plane. Paramotor.
The Russian town of Mirny is home to one of the most productive diamond mines in the country that also...
Is that, what if, yeah, we'd be done. A game over there if Yellowstone erupts. Why do mothers always tell their kids to wear clean underwear in case they go into an accident? You know, your bowels will ease on death. I think it's just so they change their underwear. You know, yeah, I mean, I think most people know that you're going to poop yourself when you die. But I think it's just so they change their underwear. How do you feel the pain of finger getting cut off finger isn't there anymore? Yeah, it's called phantom pains. The trouble with AI is it doesn't think to give you information, doesn't give weight to information found based on volume in social media. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. I don't know if you're still earlier on in the stream when we were talking about that, Billy. But yeah, that's a big that's a big issue. So think about all of the blogs, all of the like Reddit pages, and stuff where people just waxed poetic about anything and could have been completely wrong, but it was used like Google Gemini just made a deal with Reddit. I think it was $49 million to be able to scan Reddit to put into the Google Gemini database. And there's a lot of wackadoo stuff on there, right? So he's talking about the stored weights of the AI. Check out the Silkyara blend, Barkat tunnel in India, which collapsed landslide and trapped 40 workers for 15 days. Do you know how to treat fatty liver? Just curious. Yeah. So fatty liver. So what? I actually read a study on the stream the other day about it. So fatty liver disease in alcoholics, especially, they had 3 groups. I think it was 4. But I can remember 3. One group stopped eating seed oils and stopped drinking. One group kept eating seed oils and kept drinking. And one group kept drinking and stopped eating seed oils. The set that stopped drinking and stopped eating seed oils, their fatty liver started to reverse. And the group that kept drinking and stopped eating seed oils, their fatty liver reversed. So Talik, that might be something you want to look into. Fatty liver and seed oils, and it appears to be it's just such a high dense fat basically that the liver has issues with the same amounts. Like if you eat a cup of seed oils and a cup of actual saturated fat, the liver can't clean out the seed oils as quickly, the processed seed oils.
Also happens to be one of the biggest man-made holes in the world. After World War II, the Soviet Union was in need of money to help it rebuild.
Barbara!
In 1955, they
Long
deployed...
time no see, Barbara. It's been months. Yep, garbage in, garbage out. Yep. Sweet oils. How you been, Barbara? How you been? Long time. You were a regular for months and months and months. I could always count on Barbara, and then she disappeared.
A huge team of geologists to look for kimberlite fragments and indicator minerals that hint at the presence of diamonds. 3 geologists hit the mother lode in the Siberian wilderness, 5,000 miles east of Moscow. Stalin was so grateful that he awarded one of the geologists the Lenin Prize, one of Russia's top honors. In 1957, construction began on the open
I've been
pit
here.
Mirny
I'm here
diamond
every
mine.
day. I haven't missed a day in like a year. Maybe. At least I might have missed 7 days total. I took a break I went on vacation for 7 days. So I did miss 7 days. But yeah, by every single day I've been here, Barbara. Thank you, brother Hamzi. Thank you. What up, Marcel? Life is life. Yes, it is. I've been here. I've been here every day. Sinkholes happen in the oceans. Famous Great Blue Hole is Belize. Heavy machines and auger drills were used to remove the road. We'll look at it right after this one. The biggest indoctrination of Marxist crap. I gotta go to college to meet with my advisor because I accidentally called a trans student. Yeah. There's got to be more grace in changing society. There's got to be more grace. It's getting kicked out of school stuff for especially for accidents. I have not seen you. I've been here every day. What up, Hawkback? Yeah, Barbara, I've been here every day.
Also known as the Mir Mine. This was no small task. The average winter temperature in the area is -40 degrees Fahrenheit, cold enough to freeze oil and shatter car tires.
Hit the like button, everybody. Help a brother out.
And creating a thick layer of permafrost that covered the ground. The average winter lasts for 7 months. During the brief periods that the permafrost melts, it forms a slush just as treacherous for construction. The crew had to use jet engines to thaw the ground and explosives to break through the permafrost. 3 years later, the mine was operational. It had grown to an astounding 1,722 feet deep and over half a mile wide,
Just
making it the
diamonds?
second largest excavated hole in the world after the Bingham Canyon copper mine in Utah. Miners extracted 10 million carats of diamonds per year during the 1960s.
Per year?
Nearly a quarter of those were considered gem quality. The largest gems were the size of golf balls, including the 130.85 carat Olonco diamond, which was valued at close to $430,000.
In 2050,
Even larger was the
1950.
unsold 342.57 carat, the 26th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union yellow diamond, the largest ever found in the country. All told, the mine produced $13 billion worth of diamonds, a number so impressive that diamond distributors like De Beers grew suspicious. If Mirny Mine kept it up, the company would have trouble maintaining control over diamond prices. Representatives from De Beers asked to inspect the mine in 1970.
Did you
Russia
see the
stalled
dude
for
Billboard?
6 years.
Did you see the dude billboard for 3 days Netflix? Yes. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, freeze oil and shatter car tires. Since matter does not create or destroy, we could have been stars or meteorites. That's right. Maybe. Canola, yeah, it's not your best friend. Canola stands for Canadian Oil Low Acid. You are at one point a star. You're also a fart. Ram.
Even after the request was granted, the Russians created so many delays upon the inspectors' arrival in Moscow that their visas were nearly expired by the time they got to the mine. De Beers reps only had 20 minutes for their inspection. When the Soviet Union fell, local companies took over the operation of the mine. It was closed suddenly in 2004 due to flooding and the fact that trying to mine any deeper would be too dangerous. The dangers of the mine extended into the sky as well. Warm air from the mine meeting cold air from the surface created a vortex that was so strong it could pull down small aircraft and helicopters.
Yeah, make a
Several
vacuum.
incidents
Like,
of aircraft
how many
being
dimensions
sucked
do you
downward were
understand?
reported.
Me?
Luckily, none of them crashed.
4?
In response, the airspace above the mine was restricted. Mining was halted, but underground research into diamonds continued. Then, in 2010, the Russian company AB Elise declared its intention to build a futuristic solar-powered domed city inside the mine that would house over 10,000 residents. No actual plans followed the announcement. Until Mirny Mine finds a new life as a city of the future.
Okay, what were we looking at next? I did not get kicked out, but I had to meet with an advisor. Advisor was like, I hear you, purpose, misgender people. Because misgender people, because once twice so the name is twice. Yeah, I think people do that on purpose. And this is where the community needs to step in. There needs to be some lines drawn, especially if you want something to teach other people. Like if you want a website to go to say, okay, this is the rules we're following, but it's just, oh, whatever you want any day at any time. At the beginning of class, you can say you're this, and at the end of class, you can say you're something else. And in one class, you could decide to be this, and once, and that's the type of stuff. There needs to be some sort of like documentation. Yeah, because like if people listen, false accusations are a thing. Absolutely. So if people can just not like you, maybe they find out you're a liberal or I mean it can absolutely happen. So it's like, how do you stop it? How did the Big Bang begin and what was around? Just nothing decides. Where did it come from and where does it expand? We don't know. No one knows. No one knows. No one knows. Well, we just found out, like, within the past couple months that we were wrong about how old or how the universe forms. We know from data that it was at a one solid point or 1 point at one time. So there was an expansion. There is an expansion. So if you rewind that back, it gets to 1 point. But we're finding very old light that shows fully formed galaxies, which should not exist. So it looks like that we've been wrong for 50 years or more, about probably more than 100 years, about how old the universe is. Speaking of resident dimensions, you talk about space-time. Unfortunately for miners, high-quality diamonds are lab-made. Yeah. Well, I think that's what De Beers was thinking. I think De Beers was thinking that because they were pulling out so many in Russia, they were thinking that the Russians were making them and that's why they were busting out so many so quick. Somebody says, "I stay up all night." Wasn't a thing on Netflix. Made $35,000. Yep. Would you have chips, fried avocado oil, olive oil, or sunflower oil? I would use olive. Avocado oil is too expensive. Olive oil is really too expensive to fry with. I use either tallow or coconut, but typically tallow to fry with. They can't freeze oil until they release the anti-gravity. Okay, that's what it was. Frying olive oil is actually very healthy avocado. Yeah, avocado is too expensive, and tallow is the best way to go. I like walnut. Space time's more like a rug. Yeah, right. Yeah, a wrinkle in time saves time. There's time on a clock. And there's time and space, which is totally different. Yeah, tallow. That's what I absolutely. I get 7-pound buckets of tallow, and it lasts me about a year. And then I buy another 7-pound bucket. All right, here. All right, let's see if we can find it. My theory is multi-universal or omniversal beings create a new dimension. That's infinite somehow. Throw a bomb and create a universe. Yeah. I mean, you can think that if you want, brother. I might have thought that stuff when I was 16. Olive oil is healthy, but if you heat it up too high, it starts to denature. It starts to break down. And if you've got high quality olive oil, and the lower quality olive oils usually or often have wackadoo oils like canola and stuff mixed with them. Tallow, avocado oil, ghee, coconut oil, and the health oils. Yes, yeah. So I use for an ingredient, I'll use ghee and then or like Amish butter. And for frying and stuff, like I use tallow. Dieters can cry all the way to hell. It's not. Oh yeah, you definitely don't want to be using hydrogenated oils. Don't listen. Science is a thing, but it's not always good, especially when it comes to freaking trying to extend or push already existing products, and they science is like, hey, we can add hydrogen to this stuff and make these runny oils thick, and then it can just the bodies don't treat it well. Our body doesn't treat it well, and it clogs up a lot of stuff. You got that avocado oil, buddy? I wish I did one of these days. Or it's got to be good tallow though. There's definitely some cheap tallow. Yeah, no, yeah. You want to find a local person. They do have high quality olive oil. We don't heat it, fry it, eat it raw. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's more like what I would do with high quality olive oil. I wouldn't fry like chips and freaking fries. Beginning icebreaker shit. We have the college class every year. The pronouns came out. A lot of people ID the preference point. Not translate. Yeah, I don't believe that. I believe in God. I just want some action. I don't know isn't an exciting answer. It's imagination. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Hamzi. When I was younger and didn't know any better, I was more along the line of science made it. Yeah.
Days.
17 days. Why hasn't the U.S. government helped Puerto Rico?
41 lives.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm surprised that they haven't. I thought that we had water headed that way. But I don't know. I don't know. Nothing tastes better comes on old Crisco. Yeah, Crisco's wackadoo, dude.
One incredible rescue. When each worker was pulled out of the Silkyara tunnel, where they had been trapped for 400 hours, loud cheers broke out at the site, and the whole country heaved a collective sigh of relief. They say it takes an army to build a village. So when it came to India's biggest rescue operation, multiple agencies worked round the clock to make this moment happen. The National Disaster Response Force, the Indian Army, the State Disaster Response Force, Border Roads Organization, all collaborated for this mammoth operation. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi kept a close eye and was one of the first
Yeah,
to
I'm
speak
sure
to
he
the tunnel
kept a
workers
close
after
eye.
their miraculous
It's only
rescue.
shortening. That shortens your lifespan. That's probably why they named it shortening. It's shortening your lifespan. I've wondered for this many years, why do we never properly help Puerto Rico as a U.S. government territory after all? It's a good question. It's a good question. So they're their own territory. I mean, they're a government, U.S. territory, but they're not a state. So they have their own basic government that they go by there. You know, I mean, yeah, I don't. I don't know. It takes a village to build an army. What up, David? I have nothing against God, but when I say God created the universe and there's this and that and all your answers, I don't know. It doesn't help you convince me to your point. I mean, I 100% believe we're created. Yeah, no, I don't think it's an accidental explosion. I absolutely believe in that we were created 100%, 100%. And I didn't until I was about 45. And like I was like, no, I was like, we evolved from bugs. We're freaking, like, you know. And then when you have enough time to start actually looking at the papers, not the news, not this, but actually reading the studies, and you see, like, you have to keep the word assumption in the front of your mind to see when you're reading their data, and you learn that there isn't just evidence. There's high confidence evidence and low confidence evidence. And a lot of the times they use low confidence evidence, or they just assume that something was this way. 28 million years ago, it appears that there was this much oxygen in the atmosphere, or the temperature was this. But we don't know. We don't know. We don't have any temperature readings from 29 million years ago. So you have to assume that the scientist knows what they're talking about. And often science is meant to be repeatable. So you would have to say, okay, it was 29 degrees 29 million years ago. So then you should be able to take that science, go back 29 million years ago, and measure the temperature to say, yup, it was 29 degrees. They were correct, but you can't. And this is a big problem with how science is disseminated. Charlie Kirk even said experience taught at college universities you get doctorated and directly shunned for being a Republican conservative. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The Fibonacci sequence is evidence enough for me. Yeah, definitely. If you really want to use science to Gulf of America and made a play for Greenland, I'm surprised he didn't make a play like to say, hey, let's make Puerto Rico the 51st state. Yeah, I'm surprised that didn't happen.
बस आपके जो नारे हैं ना देश सुन करके आज बहुत ही प्रभावित हो जाएगा.
But there were some heroes whose wisdom and vigor made this mission a mammoth success.
Rat hole miners.
Well done. Well done, Bhaskar.
12 men went where no machine could. After a series of setbacks, it was the banned practice of rat hole mining that came to the rescue of the trapped laborers. The team arrived at the Silkyara tunnel on the 27th of November to help in the rescue operations. They wanted 36 hours to clear the debris, but within 27 hours, they had reached the trapped workers. Leading the pack of rat hole miners were Feroz Qureshi and Monu Kumar, who were the first to reach the laborers after they cleared the last bit of the rubble inside the tunnel.
They all had their helmets on still.
ये मुश्किलें तो आई थी बहुत सारी बाधाएं आई हैं
I literally believe Chuck was assassinated by his microphone. The paving over the site so fast just seals the deal for me. I didn't watch it.
भी हमने ये एक जज्बा बना लिया था कि हमें करना ही करना है.
This was a mine in a tunnel being bored in India, and it collapsed. So this is the rescue effort. I think Bad Bunny is why we're not Puerto Rico. Oh, believe it. YouTube is glitching. I got 0 drop frames. India's 2 tier. It's more than 2. It's like a 5-tier system. The different casts. What's with the lag? I never heard you respond to my last question. I don't. Is everybody else getting lag? Hold on. Let me see. YouTube is glitching. Okay, I guess it's back. So I was saying I'm surprised for Puerto Rico. I'm surprised Trump didn't make a play for Puerto Rico when he came into office this time around. I'm surprised like when he was talking about Greenland and naming the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America, and stuff like that. I'm surprised he didn't make a play for Puerto Rico. Richard, YouTube is lagging. It's not like in your comment. They say caste system is an invention of racism. De Beers can go right to hell, and so can my autocorrect.
और प्लस जो हमारे मुन्ना भाई हैं वो उन्होंने हमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हौसला दिया और उन्होंने हमें काबिल समझा कि कर पाएंगे क्योंकि वो हमारे गुरु हैं उन्होंने हमें काम सिखाया है तो उन्हें अपने हुनर पे पूरा भरोसा था
Huh. Is everybody getting the buffering?
The Geneva-based International Tunneling and Underground Space Association is known for taking...
I mean, I'm watching myself, and I'm not seeing that issue. I'm watching it through my phone onto freaking Wackadoo. So I'm surprised for Puerto Rico. I'm surprised Trump didn't make a play for Puerto Rico
when it comes to...
By Christmas, we are calm, and we knew exactly what we wanted, and we worked as a wonderful team. And when I say a wonderful team,
special ops,
the best engineers here in India.
Lagging again. I think it might be too high a bitrate output. Listen, on my side, on my side, like I've dropped 0 frames. I've dropped the stream health. I've dropped 0 frames. That's crazy. 0 frames. I usually drop at least a couple hundred throughout a freaking couple hour stream. It says I've dropped 0. I'm watching you from another continent, so maybe it lags for people. I don't know. It's definitely YouTube. You have the videos. Well, I don't see the lag. I got a big nose. It lagged again? Okay, let's see. Yeah, no, it ain't lagging. Aside, like, I've dropped 0 frames. I've dropped stream health. Yeah, I've dropped 0 frames. That's crazy. Yeah, it's not happening here. Yeah, 0 frames. I usually drop at least a couple hundred throughout a freaking couple hour stream. It says I dropped 0. I'm watching you from another continent, so maybe it lags for people. Yeah, it's not like, I don't know. It's not lagging. Lagged for you too? Lagging again? You may have come to the attention of the deep state. I got a big nose. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, and I'm watching it through. Like, I'm not playing back through OBS. I'm on the website. It ain't lagging. You lag saying that was a funny sentence. That's all. Pay your cable bill. Rich, change the video you're watching. Oh no, I was pausing the video.
It was just a joy to be a part of this successful mission. Just one part.
Okay, all right. We'll stop it. I mean, we got to the point. Yeah. I'm talking to myself, listening to myself. Lag is getting worse by the second. Yeah, I've dropped 0 freaking frames. I don't know if you guys are trolling me. Are you trolling me? Stream health is at 100%. It stopped lagging for you. Yeah, it's got to be on. Maybe you guys got to pay your damn freaking cable bill. All right, let's see. Yeah, and so showing, like, I have download bandwidth and upload bandwidth. So me watching the video, is it downloading from the internet to me, and then I'm uploading it to you. So it's even if I had like 40 different things streaming it down to me at one time, that shouldn't have anything to do with the stream going up to you. It's on the other pipe. Obama's watching me. You know he is. Reconnect to the McDonald's Wi-Fi. I don't even have any McDonald's near me. You're not? Yeah, it's Alex not. He's got it. I played Call of Duty. Never World at War now. I haven't played I haven't even played Call of Duty probably 10 years. I'm not trolling you. Actually, really lagging. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Let's see. The battle isn't over. A huge crowd of citizens. No way. Brass timer switch. It's better now. Okay, good. Not trolling, bro. Now it's not lagging anymore since you changed your screen. It's definitely YouTube overlords. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's see what's on the internet. Yeah, it might be Amazon DNS. Yeah, that's a good point, Shadow. It's a good point. Guess people need to close yeah, that's right. Shut down the other 70 windows you got. Now it's not lagging. Good. Okay. They don't exist. Forklift fail performance. Typhoon dolphin. Speedboat. Let's see.
Thank you so much for joining us on this Sunday. Tonight, nearly 100 large wildfires are straining firefighting resources nationwide. More than 30,000 personnel, some 1,800 engines, and more than 220 helicopters are deployed in the fight against the flames. The big fires right now raging in the west. The fire danger exploding this weekend in Western Canada. One official describing the inferno as a bomb going off. And CBS's Gwen Baumgardner is in Los Angeles tracking it all, and she leads us off tonight. Gwen, good evening to you.
Good evening, Tom. Hot, dry conditions like this are gripping much of the West, and that's extending all the way into British Columbia, where these conditions, coupled with high erratic winds, are fueling dangerous wildfires.
Found javelin hacking so many people mad.
In Summerland, British Columbia, 20,000 residents raced to...
Yeah. You can't show stuff from India. I don't like it. It's the Jews. All temples. I have fastest Wi-Fi Comcast provide fiber optic. Yeah, I have coax Comcast, but I got a gig up and a gig down. Speaking of Call of Duty Black Ops 2, currently the PS5 port. Churches land, grab the Wi-Fi towers. They're taking it all. All my friends know the low. All my friends are the low ride. What up, Space Cow? Bollywood hackers. The Wi-Fi obelisks. You look like an old third Hokage from Naruto. They went to monitor everybody gets to see and say, absolutely. Did that 36-year-old get started? Yeah, it looked like he did. Yeah, it looked like he did. Apparently, he also confessed to like 25 other fires. What? He's probably going to be the one charged the Palisades fire. Watch. You watch.
Evacuate under red fiery skies as the explosive Bald Range fire took hold of homes along this mountainside.
I don't know whether my house is gone or still there or not, but that fire came so fast and furious.
Officials liken the devastation to a bomb going off, quickly declaring a state of emergency. More than 100 active wildfires are underway in the province of British Columbia, with half classified as out of control and more evacuations expected.
Some people became trapped as conditions changed very quickly and needed to be rescued. It remains a very dynamic and threatening situation.
Across the border, residents in Spokane, Washington know those threats firsthand after a series of devastating wildfires torched more than 900 homes. While crews continue to make progress, hotspots remain a concern in Spokane. Late today, authorities allowed some residents to return home, or rather, to what's left.
I know I feel kind of more emotional just at seeing it. It didn't seem like it could be real, and it is real.
Throughout the Pacific Northwest, severe drought is fueling more than 40 uncontained fires.
You couple that with the red flag weather and fire danger weather, and you get that explosive fire growth, that explosive fire behavior.
And in Utah, these were the conditions two pilots faced in a deadly helicopter crash as they were fighting the Wide Mouth 2 fire. The firefight continues. And here in Los Angeles, residents are bracing for this continued wildfire season. In just the past 24 hours, we've seen 3 large fires break out that have threatened homes and highways.
Wackadoo. Wackadoo.
Oi, this is your right.
Get him.
Fuck off.
Damn. All of those West Coast arsonists are always hardcore levels. Got 25 fires. Who do you think is a human torch? Yeah. Yeah, some people think that. Pro tip, I recommend wrapping your router aluminum foil if the internet speed issues. Remember this video's articles, you recommend it. Yeah. What was that guy's name? There was a guy who used to get like millions of views on those things. Not Leo. Damn it, can't remember his name. Lido. There was one guy, he always had stupid like tech tips like that. I definitely remember the aluminum foil. Yeah, there was this guy. Yeah. Damn it. I used to. I think now he's actually doing like tech tips, actual like tech tips type stuff. But he started out as just like a meme that would like say like, you know, if you wrap a battery in a belt and put it next to your Wi-Fi, it boosts the power. If you wrap your Wi-Fi in aluminum foil, you put a ball in aluminum foil in a sock and hang it from your ceiling fan in the room with the router. You had all. Yeah, I remember a bunch of wackadoo stuff like that. Wackadoos. Fart that killed 10,000. Name one wildfire that Japan had to deal with. They're so progressive, not reactive. They also have access. I mean, you would think the most progressive state in the union. Well, I guess you could consider that New York. Oh, no, you would still consider California. They're wackadoo. They're wackadoo. MSN and Fox never freeze or glitch the further from the mainstream. So there's what's called priority data streams. Priority data streams. They're paying millions of dollars monthly, probably more than monthly, in advertising and stuff like that. Also, have you noticed, like, if you hit play, like if you're watching a video when it starts to get laggy and drops down to like 144p, like blocky, and then an ad pops up and it's freaking 4K, no problem. Yeah. I'm sure you've noticed. Oh yeah, Brent crude oil went back up 109 a barrel. Don't tell me the man's name. It's just Johnny Storm. Is it not? No, not Johnny Storm. No, it was like Tommy or Tony. It was like, yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Like you'll be watching a video and it'll be all janky and like laggy, and then an ad will pop up and it'll be beautiful 4K, no problems, no nothing, not a freaking skip. Right. So there's priorities to data streams. Uh-oh. Yeah, see, here you go. Here's another hit play lags, they do you dirty. Right. But then if there's an ad, the ad doesn't lag. I don't think I've ever seen an ad lag. Maybe lag to start the ad. But then once the ads play and it doesn't lag. Theo Joe. Yes, that's his name. Yes. Funniest thing, almost every state has a wound down their smog programs, either only certain areas down to 1 or 2 areas. Cali State continues to force 2 smog checks. I remember when there was an act that tried to pass to make you pay more if you wanted better speed. Anything they can do to get more of our money to do shit that the money that they've already taxed us for is not being spent. Talk about California. How? Listen, we know how fires start. We know what feeds fires. We know that you have to clean and debrush areas and make fire breaks. We know we've been doing this since the 1700s. And they get the money to do it because one big storm happens, fire happens 1905, and then they set up all this stuff, they tax everybody, and then they don't do it. I only hear about fires in North and South America. Yes, that's who I meant. Yes, Theo Joe. Yep. Yeah, I know that. Here comes the lag again. Buffering. Lag for you too? Money that they've already taxed us for is not being spent. I'm not getting any lag. Wow. Listen, we know how fires start. We know what feeds fires. Are we still on dial-up? What's really interesting, ball lightning. Ball lightning's pretty cool. There's very little actual video evidence of any ball lightning. Lagging for you? 16, 1700s. Yeah. And they get the money to do it. One big storm happens, fire. Yeah. I've dropped 0 frames this stream. The Democrats are the reason for the fires. Well, they're definitely taxing the most. Oh, I just got a lag. They're definitely taxing the most and aren't cleaning the areas. They're definitely not. They're definitely not paying to have the $100,000 to repair the cover in the reservoir. They drain the reservoir to do the work that sent the money around, then didn't frickin' repair and then didn't refill the reservoir, didn't clean the brush. It drives me freaking crazy. Lag and talking about also ads now seem to break up the content in annoying ways. I use Optimum. Is that your internet provider? I have kind of this YouTube used to have ads in commercials like every 30 minutes. It adds some $2 music videos and the ad and their skip eventually stopped. Yeah, I remember that. What's up, Winston Churchill? What up, Winston? The environmentalist wackos made it so they couldn't remove the underbrush. Yes. Listen, you have to decide if this land is for the betterment of the humans on it or the lizards on it. I understand. That you have people that make these decisions, but often what you have is you have people that will go and place these insects or lizards and freaking whatnot, and then say it needs to be protected, and I'll be the one to set up the program. So if you fund me, I'll make sure that this area. But still, then you have to draw an area and say this is it, not the whole freaking land. It's wackadoo because you're talking about listen, you in states in America, if someone is going to damage your property, destroy your property, steal your property, you can use lethal force against them. Okay? But when the government says, sorry, there's a lizard that needs all of this brush here to live in, and if that fire destroys it, you can't fight back. If it was a human, you could shoot him. Because it's a lizard, you can't. So it seems like they're anti-human. All off the grid. Yeah, it seems like a lot. And listen, there's a lot of people around the world that know this, and they know that if they can get into America, or even like do you remember before on X, before they had country of origin for the accounts, you had people from all over the world acting like Democrats or Republicans and just starting trouble. But typically they were acting like liberals to piss off the conservatives. And then it made it seem like people were even more crazy because they just wanted the engagement to get the money. Because if you're making $3 a day in some country, in the third world, and you can get online and then start some trouble and make $10 a day just on the internet, from memeing people, and it caused a lot of grief. And actually, a lot of it stopped when they put that in. It must be Mr. Lovely. It's Celebrity Cry videos on YouTube. I fall asleep and wake up in the middle of a 30-minute ad. Yeah, showing us Showing us that you're not lagging doesn't help imagine you're lagging. You can still be lagging in post. No. I'm watching the video off of the cellular towers on the YouTube app. I'm not watching it. I'm not watching it in my, so it's leaving here, going out to YouTube, being distributed, and then getting to my phone. I'm not streaming on my phone. I'm streaming from the computer. So when I watch on my phone, I'm seeing it after it's been distributed from YouTube. They're lagging for you and not us for us to see the damage. Let's burn it. I can't remember the first time I watched it. It was like 2 years ago. I've only been streaming for about a year and a half. So probably close to 2 years ago, year and a half. It's almost like weird that Adam watches the video, fall asleep to another long ad. See, like, yeah, I think they probably know that. God bless you, Richard, to say I got another company. I'm just saying hi. I got company over. Have yesterday. Thank you, brother. Crying fish. Thank you, brother. Hit the like button. Their staffing do dynamic ads YouTube. I think it's funny to say on ads mobile because you can't use ad block on mobile, so I get ad blockers, which totally makes sense. Or the pro lizard people. That's incorrect. Someone vandalizes your car. You cannot. Violent or simply a property theft. Vehicles occupied, car robbing, things an armed robbery or carjacking. This is violent, forcible life. Castle Doctrine, 30 states. Specifically aspects of personal vehicles. Duty to retreat. Unoccupied vehicles. If theft is breaking concern, vehicle sidewalks, that's a purely property crime. General 49 states. So one state allows you to. You should watch the book Strange Things That's Happened. Make sure you say, like it's true. Maybe in Florida, parts of Texas, most of the United States require. Yeah, but still, my point is still. But what about the home? What about the home? If you're not in your home and a person's trying to firebomb your home, lethal force estimate violates your car, even your house. Trump was in the Epstein files, though. Yeah, it wasn't in the Epstein files. He wasn't in the Epstein files. You're not even in America, brother. Wrong. Texas, you have to stand your ground. All right. He does that. He doesn't even live in America. He's just saying something he thinks he knows. No, that's not true. The only thing we could find Trump in the Epstein files for was for him telling the police to look into Ghislaine Maxwell as well as Jeffrey Epstein, saying that she's evil. Yeah. And you know what? If he was in there before, if it got deleted, then they should have released it. I'm not saying I support these bitches' law. I stand here about confidence. You are not lagging. Our reality is lagging. But the fact that I'm in Virginia and they have duty to retreat in this state. Yeah. I used to live in Maryland. I'm down in Georgia now. All right, where are we at? What up, Aaron? We're in Pikesville. Back in Pikesville. Or you haven't left yet? No, you did. You were there, you left and came back? Let's see. Okay. An Australian team. Severe weather threat. Out of control. That's freaking crazy. Bull elephant. Yeah, dude. I've seen that happen in real life. Those things are freaking violent. Moments before impact. The Beirut tragedy. Does anyone have $5 to spare for food? No, Kimberly. I work really hard for my money. Yeah. Some people are wackadoo. Somebody's freaking wackadoo. We're here for 3 weeks, going back to Austria this week. Yeah, Maryland was rough, brother. You know what's happened in WNBA? Yes. And listen, this is a long time. This is a long time coming. You can't be called the WNBA and not know what the W stands for. And this is by what the legal documents that they were talking about today, where the W in the legal definition, the contractual definitions of WNBA, the word woman was never defined in what they were talking about WNBA. So they're saying they can be whatever. And then now you've got these guys that say, okay, well, I'm going to be a woman when I play on the WNBA team, but not when I'm not on the playing on the team. So I want in. And this wouldn't have happened 2 years ago. It's absolutely happening now. Listen, a lot of this to me seems like they just want to like if they can get someone that's got a man's speed and strength that's not known as trans but just slipped in, then you could basically do a bunch of betting and say, hey, I'm going to bet $10,000 that this team will win or this person will get more than 20 rebounds or whatever, and not let it be known. Like they're trying to be, it seems like they're trying to be sneaky with it. It doesn't seem above board. Only good thing about Maryland and Virginia is now cannabis is legal, but in Georgia, they'll give you prison time. Yeah. What up, Mr. McLibtard? WNBA Soviet cutting out Caitlin Carter being targeted by a bunch of gorillas. It's really hot, 33 degrees. To WNBA, my man is going to dominate. Yeah. WNBA have heterosexual normal women that have white beautiful ones. So have to have to butter around the beautiful lotus flowers. It's all wackadoo. What's the W? That's just wombo. I work my ass off. I'm impressed with my health. 60 years old. It's hard to get this job. 100% cutthroat based on performance. You can't just be black work here. Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is, the bullshit's got to stop. That's what's got to stop. The absolute division for political power is freaking evil. Slipped in, maybe another description is in order. All right, let's see. Don Lemon, weather, high and low pressure. The floor is caca. People in America go caca on the floor. We launched a drone at the tornado. 15 biggest trees in the world. 60 miles total. The final day of the July 2026 Grand Sumo Tour. The WNBA is dead, so they get real women. That's yeah, I mean, whatever. It's just. Listen, I having spent time in the movie industry and dealing with a lot of people, it almost seems like they're doing this drama on purpose. They want more eyes on the WNBA so they can get more pay. And I don't even know if this is real. It just seems like you have a bunch of people that get paid to perform, and then you have a bunch of people like, hey, if we do this, then we can start a bunch of drama and we can be in trending and we can make a lot more money. There's lesbian ball players just mad that Clark's gay, isn't gay. You gotta go down, not in my house. Richard, I said chat on Discord. Everybody's afraid of hurting someone's feelings. Yeah, my highlight shorts. Caitlin's ever misses in my shorts. I'm getting off. I get off on hurting the feelings of social justice world. Left go. I go dog. And I think it's becoming a sport for a lot of people. And the thing is, it's not gonna. We're gonna have a bunch of absolute resentful people that can't get what they want, and then they're going to burn everything down, thinking yeah, it's wackadoo. It's wackadoo. All right, let's see, where are we at? Night of the Living Dead. Leprosy rising. Let's see. I knew a girl who tried out for that. Sophie's better looking than LeBron. That's faux show. Faux show. Faux show. Jeez. Damn. Okay, cicadas. How glass controls light. Fauci roasted. Let's see.
Does lightning go
Japan
up
had 2 pretty big wildfires.
or down? How about sideways?
Yeah, no, listen. When it comes to mass media, you do not know what is true. When you come to politics, unless you actually read the laws and legal literature, you do not know what's true. You do not know who is starting drama online. Listen, politicians don't make that much money. They make more money off the internet, off their social media pages, than they make a year in politics, in the Senate and whatnot. So they'll start things and keep things like that going, things that will never be laws that they'll push just because it's inflammatory and it brings a lot of engagement and a lot of reposts and whatnot. So yeah, you do not know what is true. And when it comes to business where eyeballs are money, the things like what they start in the WNBA and things like this, I have to think, especially because 2 years ago you would be canceled, fired, and wouldn't be allowed to be on the internet if you were doing what those NBA guys are doing now to try to get into the WNBA, saying like, I'm just going to be a part-time woman in order to beat these women, and like that kind of stuff. So it's so over the top that if it's got to be okayed by the higher ups before they even sit down to film it. So there's got to be a reason for it. I miss back then when people bled still weren't babies like today, but back when they were men. Yeah, brother, good old days. I'm getting tired of telling us that Trump is not a politician when they try to assassinate him. Yeah, I hear that a lot too. Caitlyn Jenner is one of the Women of the Year. yeah, first year she was a woman, right? Yep, divide and conquer. It does look does look like Dallas gonna be in trouble. I bleed every day. That means I'm working. What up, Agus? He went into a Christian church with a camera crew to start yelling at the pastor during service, because the guy that works in the church apparently used to work for ICE or let ICE use one of his buildings or something. Yeah, so they went in and disrupted service as a protest. And he said, "Oh, I was just being an independent journalist. I didn't know what was going on." Then they found out that he knew what was going on, and that was the plan. They were going to do it. Divide and conquer thing is what I'm going up back. I'm not going to unite people like you with things as abortion, sexualization. Yeah, I don't think Robert's who you think he is. Canker sore. I miss football. As a football player, think Men in Black. Yeah, like 175,000. Yeah, I think it's 400. It might be 480 now. All right, yeah, you're crazy too. Jeez. All right, my apologies. Okay. The illegal entered them, asked to leave. They said anyway, first violated property choice. Don Lemon is just jealous because he can't marry his boyfriend in church. Yeah, go figure. Go figure. And like, if you look into the whole turbo cancer thing, how like a lot of people have been getting these very aggressive cancers, and it looks like he's part of it too. He's talking to you. It's in the files. Maybe the current actors. I don't know. It's in.
Science and high-speed video cameras give us a clear answer to this question, and it's probably not what you'd expect.
Right, and this is one of the things you don't see, like, people don't seem to understand. They're like, I have a First Amendment right to free speech, and I have a First Amendment right to do X, Y, and Z. But other people have rights too. You don't have the right to go to infringe on other people's rights. And that's the thing that's the thing that I was like, the whole time I was watching that stuff, I was like, what? And he kept going, I've got my First Amendment right. I can do this. And like, yes, they have a right to worship. Yeah. It's like, and how did he not know that? Conspiracy theories often, yeah. Paul died on the Magical Mystery Tour.
As a thunderstorm grows, multiple areas of electrical charge form, some positive, some negative. A lightning bolt is born inside of the cloud, in between two of these areas of opposing electrical charge. Lightning starts at a single point inside of the cloud, growing in two directions in narrow, branching paths called leaders. This bidirectional leader, one end negative, the other positive, lengthens and branches out as it taps into the charged regions of the storm. Here's video from a high-speed camera showing a bidirectional leader growing in a cloud. These in-cloud leaders can move in any direction, up, down, and sideways. Leaders can branch for dozens or even hundreds of miles across large thunderstorm complexes. Lightning strikes the ground when one end of this bidirectional leader, usually the negative end, heads towards the earth. Here's what that looks like on a high-speed camera at 1500 frames per second. So lightning striking the ground moves downward, right? Yes, but that's only part of the story. When the descending leaders get close to the ground, one or more upward leaders form on grounded objects and grow toward the descending leader. When one of these upward leaders connects with a branch of the downward leader, the electrical connection from ground to cloud is complete. This is when a massive, sudden, white-hot surge of current called a return stroke, races back up to the cloud through the channel. Most of this process happens way too fast for the human eye to discern.
You know they're working on it. Were you here yesterday, Talek, when we were looking at the guy that was firing the rockets, the model rockets to capture lightning? And I was saying that they're definitely going to work on something that works from top down. Like if you're in like a helicopter or an airplane, you could release like a balloon and then fire a projectile towards the earth with a wire spool held on the balloon. And then once it gets close to the earth, it would bam. That's why the Constitution doesn't say protest and the right to people to petition their government for redress of grievances, petition filed the office of session. Yeah, you're supposed to get a permit.
What we and most of our normal video cameras can see is just the bright return stroke phase of lightning. But modern high-speed video cameras can show the progression of lightning leaders in vivid detail. These cloud-to-ground bolts were filmed at 6,000 frames per second. You can see the negative leaders descending to the ground, then the bright return stroke when the connection is made. In this shot, you can see the return stroke current pulse racing upward through the channel. This still photo shows some of the unconnected upward leaders near the final strike point. This strike to the Gateway Arch in St. Louis, filmed at 1500 frames per second, shows the downward moving leaders and the upward moving leader just before
by the time you see the light, right, that high current pulse is after the circuit is complete. Have you ever seen Key and Peele? I've seen Key and Peele. I don't think I've ever seen lightning in a bottle. Benjamin Franklin found out the hard way with his freaking kite and key. Free speech protection from the government, not from business or social retaliation. Right? People don't seem to understand that. Like this, and like I think a lot of the people protesting ICE, they think that because they have a right to protest, they have a right to do anything they want. I'm protesting, right? But you're doing things while you're protesting. Yeah, it just drives me crazy because a lot of people, especially the way they talk online, they seem like they do not understand what they're doing. Like it seems like something fun. Oh, there's going to be an ICE protest. You want to get together and yell? It's right, great. But do you understand that these people have rights too? And if you violate those, it's actually free speech is obligated. No free speech is obligated on the first death of government servants.
They connect for the final strike. So when it comes to lightning, there are a lot of ups and downs, but that's not all. Lightning can also start at the tops of tall objects and move upward into a storm cloud. This is called ground to cloud or upward lightning. It's commonly seen from tall towers, skyscrapers, mountain peaks, and even wind turbines. Upward lightning begins as a leader starting at the tip of a tall object, growing skyward. Most upward lightning to tall objects consists of positive leaders. Finally, this video from Chicago shows it all. Upward lightning starting for 3 of the skyscrapers at the same time, then a downward strike hitting Lake Michigan behind the city, then sideways leaders crawling across the sky. Upward, downward, and sideways lightning, all happening in less than 1 second. This has been Dan Robinson for StormHighway.com.
Jeez.
Stay tuned to this channel for more lightning
Nice.
science videos, clips from high-speed
Congress
cameras,
shall
and more.
make no law and drugs for government service and ban the press violent death. All research shows treatment should increase. All research shows that treatment should be increased. Law enforcement decrease whilst abolishing mandatory minimum sentencing. Without a doubt, without a doubt, without a doubt. Not only that, not only are some protesters paid, but on some of the websites you could go to, and they have listed out how you can additionally get paid. If you get in trouble, you can create, as long you can have, or the company or the group will create GoFundMe's or Give Send Goes, and they get 30%, you get 70%. They have different setups where you'll get in trouble, but you might get $100,000. You might get $500,000. And most likely they'll drop the charges. So yeah, and so people know that doing this can be profitable. It's not only can you be paid to be there and to hold the signs, be paid to hold a sign, be paid to blow a whistle, but you can also, it's also put on the sites that you can get paid from a Give, Send, Go or GoFundMe that's set up if you get yourself in trouble. The first 10 enumerations have nothing to do with us having rights. And alien rights come from God, right? So this is what I do. I used to watch it every time they release an episode, but I haven't watched them probably in a year. But I used to watch it regularly. How I forgot how to fart because it ain't got no gas in it. Now I forgot what I was talking about. Okay, Brew. Yeah. So I used to watch Brew a bunch. Damn it. Sounds like fun. Well, and there's a lot of people, a lot of college kids are out partying and drinking a lot, and this is the buzz going around the campus. And like, if they get in trouble, then they might be able to just freaking get a GoFundMe and pay off their college debt. Population of prison system has doubled since 2005. Yeah, we screwed up. We absolutely screwed up, but there's still too much ego in the people that made those, that changed those laws to be able to say that they were wrong. Yeah, people are definitely getting dumber. I listened to this teacher today, Coach N, and he was saying that he worked at this school system in Chicago. I think it was the west side of Chicago. And he was talking about how like everything was going great until the pandemic. And then after the pandemic, once the kids found out like how they changed the grading system where a 0 or doing nothing, you still got a 50% instead of a 0%. So an F was a 50 rather than a 0. So that made it easier for you to get to a C to pass, or a high D now to pass. So they changed. It used to be what 91 to 100 was an A, 81 to 90 to 100 was an A, 80 to 89 was a B. Well, anyway, that's all changed. So now, I'm trying. So it's the bigotry of low expectations where they say these kids aren't going to do very good. So let's not try. And then they don't. They're like, why would I have to? Why would I study? And he said after that, he could see kids that were good kids. Like if you got caught smoking pot or caught with pot, you were expelled. And now they don't even go into the bathrooms to check because they don't want to have to not expel kids because they can't expel them now. And so he says now kids are just getting stoned all the time. And what up, Dave? Not to mention periods of blah, 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 basically gave criminals impunity. The prosecutors don't understand what is and what isn't their right to do, but neither does us. Right. Yeah, it's people that are the problem. The protesters are still dumber than law enforcement. Right. They don't think that. They don't think that because they know it can have a payday at the end. If you get in trouble and you get money from a GoFundMe and you get your your legal fees paid, then you might go viral on the internet. And if you can turn that into something else, then you can get paid from that. So it's the people, there's no downside in some people's minds. Then you have the No Child. Yeah, that really screwed some stuff up. Have you ever seen Elves Lightning Rings? Elves Lightning Rings. Wow. First, there are
Did you know that storm clouds
if a kid is
have a
stupid, then have to
whole
be
other
great.
world?
Right,
of
and they don't do that anymore. They don't do that anymore. They're like not allowed to fail kids. They're not allowed to yell at the kids. They're not allowed to discipline the kids. If somebody throws something and hits another student, they get taken out of the room. They get told that's not a very nice thing to do. You're probably hurting that other kid's feelings, and they go back into the classroom. So they get a cool down period to talk to the teacher where the teacher's now not in class, and then they go back and they don't get suspended. They don't get expelled, and they know this. So the kids are now running rampant. And he said it was easy. He said right before COVID, they were one of the best schools, having like the ACT scores up there with the best schools in the nation. And now they've gone to like 17th or 17%. Interesting. Trump pardoned all of his cronies. 2020 pardoned 84 fake electors and his cronies and his cronies installed. Today, second of all, they actually have a permit. They're actually supposed to make block traffic or have made to reroute traffic, right? And they're just not. That's not being freaking enforced. Perfect example. Lightning strikes reminds me of a tree that got stuck in our place. I'm back, and yeah, the No Child Left Behind was yeah. Bush Jr. has every child left behind pass goes corpse education system basically is a nail in the coffin for education system. It's COVID. They said it was after COVID. They said after this whole new method was pushed in with saying that the reason students don't do good is the white supremacist system that was set up in the history of America is why the kids aren't doing good. And then the kids ended up doing worse from that. And what this guy, Coach N, was saying is that the egos that set this up and the amount of money that was made by, you had these group of people that would go around to the different schools in America teaching the administrators and teaching the teachers how they had to run their classrooms. And then they leave. They get their money and they go to another school. But then now this school's been destroyed and there's no, that person's not going to get fired. They've already made their money. They've already made their consulting fee, so it's just like, there's not that. And then the politicians that said, hey, this is the good way to do it, their egos are too high to say, no, let's go back. Remember Alec the Trebek quizzing the kids, Nomicom core math? Yes, I remember. I'll be real. The activists let our votes and the kids got away scot-free. The kids messed up, were suspended, expelled, and they retaliated against the bullies. Yeah, I remember. Yep. Jeopardy. Americans ignorant from left to right, top to bottom. Maybe the kids just but the thing is, kids can be dumb. Kids can be from single parent households, but if you give them discipline and you say, the problem is, especially now, college is basically high school. High school is basically elementary school. Elementary school is basically preschool, right? So the thing is, they just shifted things up. But also, the people that are funding all this, they know that that these kids can get college money for free. I mean, they got to pay it back, but they can get as much money, or they could get as much money as they wanted to get to go through college. And they're just, the whole time in high school wasn't preparing them for college. So college is basically now, and now in college, you can't say no. You got to dress professionally. You got to learn professionalism, because they're saying that those are tenets of white supremacy. So they took that stuff out, and then kids get out of school with no sense of professionalism, no sense of how to be in public, be in professional settings, and then they're not getting fruits. I was expelled because I beat the hell out of some fatty that was bullying me for 3 months straight. You can't get no satisfaction. I can't get no. Kids are allowed to be dumb, but when you enforce their stupidity without correcting it. Right. Yeah. The whole point of school is to give them structure for industry, for when you're in jobs. So you should be acting in school how you would act at work. But now it's like yeah. College was a step up. Now it's just high school diploma. Right. And they're not allowed, they're not failing these people. I mean, they're failing them, but they're not giving them Fs. They're still pushing you through. So you get these people who are still getting degrees and they haven't done 50% of their work. And I think about how many people have been using AI for the past couple of years too. Lefties took over the school system, underpaid, bureaucracy. That's what I think. Teachers lockdown. Yeah. Rather label the problem and try to work with me, understand, and get bored of the lessons. Yeah, it happens to a lot of kids. Do you recall your favorite Fat Albert episode? I don't. I remember watching them though. You remember used to be a teacher who specialized in fields there. Yeah, see, I don't know, right? Because the good teachers left. They've seen the system be decimated, and they know that the kids aren't going to be taught. Why do we want to pay people who are unqualified, underqualified position to teach them math teachers? Yeah. It's math teachers should teach math. Speaking of dumb over here, Ed Bassmaster. I met him last night, and he made this up for me. I met Ed Bassmaster last night. And he made this for me. Not correcting kids is doing bad tantamount to child abuse. I agree. Yes. You're destroying this kid's ability. And the guy, Coach N, was saying he's like this is the prison, the school to prison pipeline. Not what was there before, even though they used to think that.
Winnipeg had a great show. You guys are a great crowd, great time. Thanks. Winnipeg had a great show. You guys are a great crowd, great time. Thanks.
Ed Bassmaster me. Nice. I got an F's in school, dropped out, couldn't be bothered myself after school. I'm gonna say I got expelled my third time by the time I was in 9th grade. Jeez, I realized retail, they treat people like they're the first grade, a pizza party, star grade customer service for us. Yeah. Final nails taken out footballers for seniors cafeteria lunchtime. Not about 900 people. That's a 9th grader. Ed's a legend. Where'd you see him at? Did you go see it? Did you go see his show? I remember someone threatened me in front of a teacher once. They said, "Let me dent in the locker." This kid's head. He left a dent in the locker with a kid's head because. Well, subscribe to I Used to Be Dave. This is I Used to Be Dave's site page. Thank God I've chilled out. But Lord, they tested me. Ed Bassmaster is great, but nobody beats Ernest T. Bass. I don't know Ernest T. Bass. I know Ernest P. Worrell. Is Ernest T. Bass his alter ego? He's doing stand-up comedy. There was only like 30 people. Wow. 3 broken ribs, 1 broken jaw, broke clavicle, busted kneecap, didn't have a mark on me. Hey, no problem, brother. There you go. Get yourself some subs, brother. Yeah, well, that was definitely a good use of your time. Did you give him your number, or did you get his Instagram or his X? My dad threatened to sue the school since it was 3 seniors that took on me. Well, he should have. You got to push back. You got to push back against school systems that are letting that happen. It's balling to bathe in avocado oil or Fiji water. Fiji water with an avocado oil soap. I said, son, got a night job remodeling. Let's go make some money. There you go. Avocado oil soap. You forgot to mention that video games play a big role. 9th graders felt insecure in high school. 9th graders felt insecure for high school. It used to be 10th to 12th grade, not 9th to 12th. Yeah, I remember when I started high school is when it went from junior high school was 7th, 8th, 9th. But when I went, it was 7th, 8th, and 9th, and then 9th grade is where high school started. 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Yeah, I remember. But yeah, but regardless of that, you still need structure. You have to show, just like in crime, when someone does something severe, breaks the laws, doing drugs in school, selling drugs in school, they gotta go. They gotta go, because it's either the whole school goes to hell or one kid's life possibly gets corrected after getting kicked out of that school. And then when they go to another school, then they won't perform those actions. He said he was going to comment on the vid, but not yet. Let's see. There you go. Yes, sir. The only times I remember getting hurt was twice when I stabbed in middle school and punched in the nose, spinning directly into a light pole. I was buying food today and saw an attractive woman paying for her groceries in a stack of singles. Strippers. 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th was high school. The suburbs started at 10th. There you go. I remember getting kicked out after some genuine bull hickory. And I wouldn't explain it other than drugs. I went to junior high. I went to Corcoran Junior High, which was actually, they were getting asbestos removed. So even though it was, the name of the school was Corcoran, the actual building, I didn't go to that building. I went to a different school, Landover, that had to accept us while they were doing the asbestos removal. Shit, I would have loved living in the suburbs. Lockout Moncliff is live. Boonies, Arizona. Yeah, so you can get avocado oil soap, but you can also get, so yeah, they have avocado oil soaps and olive oil soaps. Olive oil soap. That's what you need, Talik. You need to get you some Fiji water bath with olive oil soap. I wanted to tell the manager you may want to sanitize that, buddy. I grew up in the ghettos in North Carolina. North Kakalaka. Yeah, but I mean, listen, regardless, there's going to be people in society that aren't going to make it. You know, and the thing is, their actions will show that. And kids need attention, but they have to know that there's times and places for that. Right. And this is the structure. The parents typically don't do it, especially if you're talking about only having one parent. Then what are you going to do? How are you going to teach that? Well, that could be done in school. And then when kids are completely off their rocker, they can't be influencing the other kids to do it, because then just one girl wants to date the bad boy, and then all the other boys are like, oh, this is the way you act to get girls. And then you just destroyed the entire class. My girlfriend in high school got busted for a joint hidden in her bra. Someone ratted her out. She had to go to rehab. What's up, Anomaly? The vitamin teacher. Yeah, is it wrong to throw a dollar coin at a stripper? Still has value. Only if you do it like this. The flick. Remember the coin in the beer cap? Flick. That's what you got to do. I never been at rehab, but I've been put in a mental hospital in 3 months in school suspension after a misunderstood and misrepresented joke. Yeah, rehab for a joint's nuts. Alec, did you flick your fingers from the point? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I could still stick corners in the wall that way. I was never any good. They always went the wrong way. All right, let's see. All right, where am I? The coins go through the slot. If you can get it there with the flick, you got to turn your hand sideways. All right, I kicked out for smelling like weed. Customers cry racing. Asthma's right. Cleaving an oak log. All right, you know what we're gonna do? I want to make a not safe, not suitable for work. Not safe for work. Not suitable for work. Okay, let's see. All right, I gotta. I don't know if that's gonna be the best idea. Yeah, probably won't be. Okay. If I swipe a credit card through a hooker's cooch, I get charged for child support. Child support. All right. Taiwan makes major action for war with China. Uh-oh. The divorce fix. Let's see. Indoor tornado. New pictures of the sun.
We looked at the images once they were processed. It was absolutely amazing. I remember I was sitting there with my colleague from the MPS, and we were just staring at it, and it was absolutely fascinating because it looked like nothing we've seen before, really.
So it is remarkable to see such artistic form emerging naturally from the physics of the sun. And this is the feeling that I always have when watching, looking at astrophysics images, not only the sun, but the general astrophysics images. Many times it reminds me of the feeling that nature has its own brushstrokes.
Yeah, I don't think so. No, yeah. I don't think so. I think first of all, Russia's having a hard time with the Ukraine. So like, well, I mean, if you're talking about like now, like if they didn't have that whole Ukraine war to run down a bunch of their weaponry and their stock, it's still, it would be a very freaking, I don't, I mean, it would take them so long to get to America. Like they would have to start bringing ships, like they would have to start bringing a bunch of aircraft carriers, this, and then like, I think they would be sunk in quick succession. More than likely just a decent match. Tiny amount of scary shit DARPA's hidden its arsenal. Yeah, and also like we got no idea as citizens. We got no idea. I was at the strip club one time. A chick was stationed at Tampa. Yeah, I seen that before too, brother. Yeah, cyber attacks. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, and we got stuff that I think Russia and China are fighting us in different ways. They absolutely are. They absolutely are. Like getting our birth rate down, making men hate women, making left hate right, and funding things that get into laws that destroy the children's education. Russia even tried to overthrow their state-of-the-art tank in the Ukraine and got clobbered. We were talking about fully released stuff paper. It's decent batch, however, unreleased stuff stopping them. The F-47s to 1950s. We have walking tanks that are 30 feet tall. Flying aircraft carriers. Yeah. And who knows what alien technology. Okay, all right, let's say the T-14 Armada and T-90B. But we've got some, listen. So say that if Venezuela had the top of the line Chinese stealth detecting and stealth attacking gear that obviously didn't work, right? It obviously didn't detect the stealth fighters. It didn't detect us coming into their airspace and grabbing Maduro from Venezuela, right? So obviously, if that was China's stealth detection gear that was given, like maybe it didn't work at all, and China was just like, give us a couple $1 billion for this stuff, and you'll be able to detect the Americans. And then it didn't work, and they were like, well, what are they gonna do? What's Maduro gonna do? Ask for his money back? 45mm turret neck. The most foul thing a stripper did to a guy, she jumped on his face and ended up with crabs in his eyelashes. As far as alien technology uses it right now, yeah. Good point. Yeah, crabs on the freaking eyelashes. Oops. Stop. Pause. There we go. All right. I gotta go. I gotta freaking. It's too dark outside. I wonder if I can. Gotta close up the chicken. Sarah may think Venezuela or Brazil actually better platforms than Abrams compared with America's M1 and domestic. Hard to get his money back from his jail cell next to Diddy. Right. Can you imagine it? Sir, can I make another call? Is this Xi Jinping? Hey, you owe me $8 billion. That shit didn't work. So many inventions happened after Roswell. Yeah, it seemed to pick up speed quickly after that. Crabs just licensed the genitals. Yeah, but licensing the genitals from a stripper is a little bit wackadoo. Even the supposed shortage of missiles, those 30 to 50 missiles. Yeah, we got a lot of old stuff too. Yep. Also, and there's I have a conspiracy theory that may be correct. Do you remember when we launched the Hubble Space Telescope and it was, oops, we accidentally didn't grind the mirror correctly, so now we need to add up a bunch of other flights to fix it? Well, I think it was absolutely fine. I think they made sure it was perfect before it went up, and they needed reasons to put up a few more pieces of military equipment or spy telescopes or whatnot. And so they just, with a picture that they had all of the media portray, was a blurry image. And how hard would it have been to blur? It's not like we got to see a live view, and even that wouldn't be hard to blur, add a blur filter to say, oh, okay. And then they do a couple more launches to fix the Hubble Space Telescope. And then now, look, it's nice and clear. Look how good we did, guys. Venezuela wasn't a failure of technology. It was a success of bribery. I agree. Yeah, I mean, it's ultimately spycraft. So not just technology, and also with Iran, they were spies. We knew where the people were. Mr. Ping could put you to 8 billion in my commissary, please, Mr. G Ping. Railgun. Venezuela got hit by emphasize. That's what I heard too. Yeah. I didn't know about 1946, but I definitely, however, nowadays, I'm a patriot, M1, A1, A2, except version 4, version 5, but units not touched anyone in the battlefield, M2A3. Chadley support Bradley 6+ miles out. It's hard to pull the trigger when you're shitting yourself and having grand mal seizures. Yeah. And the railgun's been in production since 1936. I think I've seen that. I've seen it. I've seen the picture. I'd like to buy the world of Coke and keep a company. Make sure to hit that like button and subscribe. Yeah, brother. Have a good night, Talik. You know what I'm going to need to do, too? I'm going to need to freaking, let's see. I'm going to need to eventually run out there and lock my damn chickens up. Supersonic trebuchet. Supersonic trebuchet. That's 20 freaking minutes. Let's see. AP Fund for Journalism. Tons of Americans. Good night, brother. Oh, cool. What's up? Oops. Yeah, now. She keeps escaping. Havana syndrome weapons exists in 1970s that are unethical, so they don't get used. Yeah, right. I know a lot about government. Mechanized weapon requested to the build nano. Again, all this important recommended for 6 flight thing. Yeah, scramble your thoughts. Wow. Yeah, dude, the earth coming inside out. Bam! Thank you, brother. Kabam! Thank you, brother Robert. Helping a brother out. All right, have a good night, Robert, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you, my friend. M500 guys run by that 60 hypersonic pop boobs, pop skulls. They were pretty gnarly tests of some ships that spaghettified. Digging some of the classified stuff. You know, one of the interesting things that I remember from my youth about the world being a lie was like, it's the center of the earth is so hot, then why is the bottom of the ocean so cold? You would think if the center of the earth was so very hot that the bottom of the ocean would be very warm, and then it would get cool as it got closer to the atmosphere. Like, It freaking had me thinking for a long time. I still haven't come up with a good reason why it's not. But it's so insulated with all the other rock and stuff. Okay, all right. But if everything started as a glowing ball of goo and cooled, then it would still be very hot down there. It just doesn't make any sense. Fluid Mach 1.6, 150 feet off the ground, if I remember correctly. Dr. Gravel. Oops. Infrasound levels. Biological effects of infrasound. Because the Earth's crust is like the shell of an egg. Oh, I understand that. I understand that. I'm just saying, if you started as a molten sphere-ish spheroid, and as it cools, you would still have the residual effects of the heating of the globular freaking heated structure. So it should still, the remnants of that, however the water got to Earth, you would expect that as the water started to build up on Earth, it would still be hot. The temperature would be hotter on the bottom of the water rather than the top, unless the time scales we're talking about are really off. And whenever any good science is done on replicating the cooling of a liquid metal and rock Earth to its current state, a lot of assumptions come into play, obviously, because we can't know. But like, why is the moon solid and cool? And yeah, it just goes to the wackadoo. Dude's naval tech is scary. I went back 76 guns, 111 rounds per minute or something, 50 to 60 H high mags. I remember the high mag program, reading about that. And tectonic spreading zones, where oceanic plates are formed. There's magnetic vents. The oceans are colourfully hot. Right. So as soon as they split away, you see freaking magma. Right? So it's like, okay, so there's that much heat there. And why wouldn't the water have cooled that magma that's just a few meters under the crust? Is it that's so there's crust underneath about. Okay, right. So right, I understand that, but also you have undersea volcanoes, so there's not, and that had to get there somewhere. That had to be liquid originally. So it would be the cooling of that would get there. And how many billions of years must it have been for the water on Earth? Because the Earth isn't cooled all the way through yet, and it should be, unless there's something creating heat, which absolutely there could be. There could be nuclear. Figure if it's gonna be very dense, you might have a lot of freaking. But we don't see that in the magma, in the lava. We don't see like nuclear. We don't see like a lot of uranium and stuff coming out that you would expect that if it's still producing heat. But then again, you're talking about the half-lives. It wouldn't really be a whole lot. You'd have to about different. Because heat retention, metal stays hot for hours. Repeated out of messenger iron. Yeah, well, you got a lot of rock in the crust. The Earth's crust is not iron. Plasma star is center of the density of iron. Earthquakes happen because the crust is shifting on magnet. Yeah. I'm saying the core is large for most of the iron. So right, we think it's nickel and iron. Right, we think. Yeah. Sun is a magnetic field that you're stronger that doesn't have heads on. Right. And that's another thing too. And that's why we have the magnetosphere, is because the electromagnetic field that iron that's spinning, it's got to be something ferrous in order to create the magnetic field, because that hot magma comes up from plumes much deeper in the Earth. It's not hot to Right, but it's got to get there. It's got to get there. So if it was completely solid, is it just melting one little hole all the way up until it gets to the vent? And then if it did, you would still have a tube connected to the mass of superheated shit that would give you the thermal pathway to keep heating the bottom of the ocean. Planets are born from the sun. That's why they suppress. Right. So the thing is, you're talking about you got a whole bunch of freaking magma in the middle of the earth, and then eventually it just finds its way up and then spits through, and you have, well, great, but that should be happening all over. I mean, not everywhere, but if you're talking about in a sphere, all over the place, that heat would be as it's pumping through. So it seems very odd that over these years, as it's been pumping heat energy into that water, maybe it's water pressure, maybe, and maybe it's when it hits the water, it gives you the Leidenfrost effect, kind of. I mean, backwards, the sun spat out a chunk of plasma. People still confuse it for Venus. You're not wrong, however. No way to study it. Right. Yeah, it's just a good argument. And I understand. And the thing is we can't go test it for sure. So it's assumption after assumption after assumption. It just doesn't seem to make sense, at least to me. If I remember, plasma is the fourth state of matter, isn't actually interactable. It's yeah, you can interact with plasma not with other forms of matter, but with magnetic fields, magnetism. Plasma's fourth state of matter can be a magnetic resistant. Yeah. So combustion of cigarettes will be 20 different chemicals, but they're burning at different temperatures to become thousands. Just touches really hot. Right, yeah. So you have the breakdown of those products. You go through a chemical reaction that you have denaturing and whatnot that gives you the different compounds, and then recombine. So the ingredients of a cigarette break down into a bunch of different gases. And then those gases, as they cool, can recombine into thousands of different compounds. Of course, they're just picograms of measurement. What up, Ray? Dude, I finally made it to the stream. Welcome, my brother. Brother, below the oceans, crust mantle, semi-plastic moldable rock, lower completely liquid rock, and that zone currents driven by heat differential. Right. What's up, Katra? Right. So you would expect. Okay, so if the crust was an insulative layer, which would make sense, you would still expect that to be hot. Okay, see how I'm out of my league. That's the other magnets count. Yeah, Matt. Yep. That's right. Now, if you have a crush on magnets, I used to be attracted to magnets. All right, let's see. All right. Let's find a video.
Does anyone know if sound has ever been used as a weapon?
No. Ooh, no. Tell us, Mr. Audio.
The earth will eventually become
In biblical times, the walls of Jericho were reported to have been leveled by sound. In more recent...
Well, so if what's heating the center of the earth, if it's nuclear, then eventually that will continue to break down until you get the lead, and then it would stop producing heat due to nuclear decay. And then also, if you have multiple metals moving, and you have the field from the sun, and that will cause a friction, but that would radiate away. Entropy's a bitch, especially with there's currents make donuts toroidal convections, which acts as a sort of atomic weight nickel core. The supervolcanoes that come up from the bottom like a white high form. No way. Yep, it sure does. But Somalia made out of flesh. So the Hawaiian island chain is caused by stable magma plume. It stays relative to the mantle, but crust moves through plates, tectonics, see all those. Like, yeah. No, I get that. I get that. Like the crust and the mantle is floating on a goo, and that's hot goo. So why would it not heat the water? Capture sweet. Of course I did. And there's things. It's a skill. It's definitely a skill people lack. I'm a chunk of iron. I'm a chunk of carbon. I'm sorry. I didn't notice.
Times, loud and obnoxious sounds played at high volume have been used to disorient and annoy an enemy. In 1957, by accident, Dr. Vladimir Govreau and his research team discovered that sound could also become a very deadly weapon. Govreau's team was working on robotics research when they all became very ill. After an investigation, it was discovered that there was an improperly installed ventilator motor in their building that, when coupled with a long air shaft that acted like an organ pipe, had created an inaudible 7 Hz tone. Once the team recovered, they decided to research and see if they could repeat what had happened and possibly create a weapon. They called their weapon the infrasonic organ. They demonstrated it, and it almost killed them a second time. In an attempt to make the weapon more compact and controllable, Dr. Govreau created his infrasonic whistle, which could be robotically guided onto a battlefield and kill everyone on the ground, all without making a sound. At least none that anyone could hear.
Thanks, Mr. Audio.
For more interesting facts about sound,
Jeez. Oh man, jeez. Okay, where we go? Way far behind. Richard, I was at my grandparents' and my grandpa keeps his computer open while I was playing cribbage. I saw this stupid article passing by. One of them was, "Why don't airplanes fly higher?" Did you watch it and read why they don't fly higher? So you need air, you need oxygen in order for combustion. So the higher you go, the thinner the air is, and you need enough air molecules per unit cube in order to move through the turbines to help spin the turbines and to have lift. You need air to push against to have a high pressure and a low pressure. So you need air molecules to do that. The higher you go away from Earth, the less and less you get, and the less oxygen is in that now less dense air. So you would need to bring your own oxygen for combustion. You would need to run that even harder because you'd be sucking in less air molecules per like revolution, which means you're blowing out less air molecules, so you're getting less thrust, and there's less air molecules to give you lift. So you would be using a hell of a lot more fuel, and you would have to bring your own oxygen and more fuel to get. So there's an area, there's a level usually around 30,000 feet that gives you a good temperature and air density. So it comes down to efficiency. If you think it should heat the ocean, why shouldn't it also heat the ground under our feet? So it should, but I can at least understand the ground underneath our feet being thick enough to insulate it from it. But when you're talking a few more miles down, you would expect the temperature to go up. But when you start digging down from the crust, I think, 50 inches below the crust is an average around the Earth of 50 or 55 degrees. So that you start on this, and that's because solar heating, right? So I can understand that. And then it would be cooler, like that's what would insulate that. And then the air and evaporation gives you cooling at the surface, which would cool the water on top. Evaporation is a very good way to cool. So I can understand why the water would be cooler at the top, but you would expect that it would get warmer as you go down. But I mean, eventually it does. That's why a lot like the deep borehole finally went a couple kilometers down, and then the borehole head would keep melting because it was too hot down there. So if that's on the crust here, we can't even get through the crust without melting drill bits. But below the ocean isn't hotter than that. I smell like my kitchen. People think Jabberwocky have DNA composed of graphene oxide instead of iron oxide. I heard that too. It does heat the water. If there's not super hot magnet below, it will be incredibly cold ice ball. The sun alone is enough. Especially as we rotate, it would get very cold for part of the night on the other side of the Earth. So it works as a temperature buffer. So that could be part of it, that the half of the day that you're not facing the sun is radiating that heat back out in. So that could be keeping, but you would expect it has to do with using the air as an insulative layer, but it would still hold in more heat. So it doesn't make sense that we can't even drill through the crust without melting drill bits, but the ocean, which is way the hell deeper than that, is cold. As the day and age for people don't need that article for that pretty cool discombobulator used for Maduro sonic weapons. The discombobulator makes iron to clay. Makes you wonder if they did the populator war of assurance against people. Infrasonics thought were basic knowledge that the Earth was flat. Yeah. You would think it was basic knowledge. The Anunnaki, we gave us information of the Earthings in the tablets. Thank you, Dragonborn. How'd you solve the icing problem? Infrasonic, right. 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz is the typical audible range for the human ear. Richard, don't explain it to me. I know. I was asking us. You'd have endogenous oxygen. Somehow. He forgets every I hated score system in life. Mach 7 at 70 feet off the ground sounds fun. Sounds dangerous, especially if there's new buildings taller than 70 feet. A lot of sarcasm that young whippersnappers use nowadays, right out of Rich's head. It's tough to blame. I fly a plane to Antarctica. There's no laws how far you can fly. Fly your plane to Antarctica, and there's no laws for how low you can fly. It's pretty hard. I fly a plane into space. It's good. If you dig through the crust, you get to the pan. The Earth is not round. It's flat. I thought the Earth was a donut. Homer Simpson was right. I wanted to say I wanted to hate society with him because when people are dumb, as government wants dumb, the government wants them dumb. New York City, baby, straight through Main Street. The government wants people dumb. Humans, speak for yourself. I was thinking about this at work. That's why it's called a rocket. You eventually need ramjet and high speed, and then scramjets, right? So ramjets don't have any moving parts. The Kona deep borehole went to depth of 12 kilometers. The deepest part of the ocean is not even close to that. Right, but it got hotter. It got hotter. Are we missing this point? It got hotter as they went down, not cooler. So it should still be very, very hot. And there's spots. It still doesn't. I mean, you can try to make it make sense to me. I still don't get it. So if you go down, but we still okay. Let's see. At what depth does drill bits start melting into the earth? Okay, let's say the conventional mechanical drill bits do not melt into a pool of liquid, but they begin to fail, deform. Okay, at around 12 kilometers, 7.6 miles deep. Deepest point of the ocean. Okay, it's about 6.8 miles. So do you think that, considering the thermal activity that's in the center of the earth, okay, and that can still spit liquid stone out of the surface of mountains on the surface of the crust, that there wouldn't be any radiant heat? I mean, maybe it's the insulative effects, but then where does the pressure buildup come from? I think it has more to do with pressure. I no longer believe that average IQ is 100, and I sure don't think it was definitely since they lowered it in the 50s. Apparently, the PayPal guy, Eli, shot a rocket into the moon. I heard that. Yeah, Coda Boral sounds like something inappropriate. I have vocabulary. The Anunnaki did it. Potassium nitrate, sure. Yep. We actually used to play around with that stuff as a kid. But still, so it could be Sumerian cuneiform has 500,000 characters after 3-axis orientation triangles. Yeah, that's it. They use a stylus. It looks like a little triangle. Looks like a triangle. And they just pressed it in different shapes and patterns to make their language. And the Sumerians. Jesus said YouTube brought up vipers, Matthew 20. You have traditional jets go to spree, scram jets can operate through it. Yeah. You're all a bunch of 2-year-olds. If you have an erection that lasts for more than 400,000 years, you have a bigger problem. Get over it. Okay. The mantle isn't liquid. Yeah. Yeah, so which obviously the right answer is a deeper. I had a deeper you drill off. It's 1% crust. Deeper drill off. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's the Kona borehole is what we're talking about. Yeah. The deepest part of the ocean's Challenger G is there on a trust. The max is deep approximately 35. So 6.8 miles and 7.6 miles. So they dug 0.8 miles 0.8 miles deeper than the deepest part of the bottom of the ocean, and talking about how big the gelatinous and that's the 7.6 miles is deep enough to make steel start to become plastic and deform. So that's pretty freaking hot. Right? Yeah. I mean, maybe it makes sense to you. Maybe it makes sense to you. Which is clear, just a computer ship overheating. I live right next to Oregon Energy Portal. Oregon Energy, gelatinous magnet. Yeah, they are sexy. Okay, Susan, I know my man. Okay, so the temperatures reach 200 C. Okay. How cold is the bottom of the ocean? Wilhelm, all right? Okay. So 0 to 4. Right, so it doesn't freeze because of the salinity and the water pressure. Right, so I could get that, but it's still this is the temperature at that level evaporates and boils water, and the ocean, you would imagine the ocean would keep the crust cool. Would keep the crust cool. So as the magma tries to come up, it would cool, and it would cause a big plug, rather than it just opening up and accepting the magma, the lava. As far as what do you call their depths, because you start at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, the depth figures or if any crust, right? It also depends at where sea level is on the top. Let's go through it together and see where we end up. How down? The oceans have scabbed over, and there would not be a fresh wound. Yes, not a fresh wound. There's a bunch of still a cloudbuster machine at the museum. It's set up there where they just need to turn it on. Cloudbusters. Rangeley, Maine. Okay, let's see what we're doing here. All right, let's ask AI. See what the answer is. Why is the bottom of the ocean not warm? It's cold because cold water from the polar regions is heavy and sinks to the seafloor. Sunlight cannot reach it, and the Earth's inner heat is blocked. So it says the Earth's inner heat is blocked by thick rock. Okay, except when there's hot rock blasting through it. So as the hot rock's moving up, right, it's just moving things out of the way. Pressurized water boiling doesn't depend on temperature or pressure. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Right, but the temp. So I can see why the water wouldn't be boiling because of the pressure, but it would still be hot and not boiling. It would still be above 2,212, which is boiling at sea level. Right, so that if this thing worked, right, then you would imagine it would be hotter than that, but not boiling because of the pressure. Richard, ignoring my nonsense per usual. Are we talking about Greenland or what? Yeah, because they tell us so. It's warm at the vents. Yeah. Not to mention the pressure of the bag would be immensely effectively bottled. Yeah. What up, Alcatraz? Ignore the facts that the water always finds a perfect level. That's pretty cool stuff. Yeah. People forget the jets on the bottom. So the answer you got is exactly what I've been saying. I'm just saying I don't agree with it. I'm just saying I don't agree with it because it doesn't. It doesn't make sense that with that much heat, and then when you still have severe heat at those same levels where the borehole drills, you have 200-degree temperatures where the boreholes are, but 0-degree temperatures where the water touches that rock at that same height. That doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Yeah. So if you went down to the bottom of the Mariana Trench and started digging, at what temperature are you going to reach 200-degree rock? This is the part that doesn't make sense. If you start from the crust and you dig down 7 kilometers or whatever, 7.8 miles, it's 200 degrees Celsius. But if you go down underwater to 6.8 miles and start drilling, is it just a few hundred feet away, a few hundred meters away that it gets to 200 degrees? No, it still doesn't make any sense to me. It still doesn't make sense. They still fit so good. Have you seen the bubble for it? Yeah, I saw it. It's rough looking stuff. 200 degrees to transfer through a mile of rock. Eventually, yes. Eventually, yes. Brother, but not even that. We were hotter than that, and cooling is the theory. So that rock should have been way hotter than that when it was liquid, when the earth was cooling. How did it get it? How did nature allow it to get that cold? That rock was able to cool off with a heat generation source happening the whole time. It's not like we're liquid and then we started cooling. We have a heat generation source that's still putting out a positive coefficient or a positive gradient, a positive, thermal gradient. So it doesn't make sense that the earth, that the core would have let it cool off to that level. When you check, okay, well, let's see. So 6.8. What temperature is 6.8 miles deep? All right, let's see. Okay, that's in the water, in earth, in rock, in earth, in crust. Okay, 6.8 miles. It's still saying it's 300 feet. So if you're talking about in the ocean, it's 0 degrees. But if you're not talking about the ocean, it's hotter. So not even down as deep as the borehole is, at the same depth where the Mariana Trench is, it's 300 to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. But at that same temperature on the bottom of the ocean, it's 0. That doesn't, you understand? So if we're talking about radiation at equal levels coming out, it doesn't make sense. I mean, maybe you think I'm just foolish or there's something that I'm missing, but it doesn't seem to be, correct. It doesn't seem to be correct. You need Stephen Jay Gold, that would make sense. Answer that, somehow a giant blow towards the center of the earth. Write it down. Ask AI how the crust. Ask the AI how think the crust is below the ocean. Okay. How deep is the crust below the ocean? The ocean. Okay, let's see. Crust is 5 to 10 kilometers. 5 to 10 kilometers. Yeah, so it doesn't make any sense to me. Way hotter than 200 C. A lot of that melts and drills the pressure after actually fracture the rocks, not melting steel, just lower the piece down the hole. Science like some fracture public gas off. Have you ever listened to the recording of when they put a microphone down the borehole? If you dig a geothermal vent, you can't get air. Well, right, and geothermal air conditioning happens all over the world. So if I want cool air for free, I dig down 6 feet and I put tubing in the ground to pump water through, and the earth. It might be 90 degrees outside, but it's going to be like I think it's 55 degrees if you go down 6 feet. And then you can use that to blow across the radiator to cool, air across that to cool the air, and then it goes back underground and cools back off again. 35,000 parts per million of super salination. Yeah, that I mean, but you would still expect it to be warm, like warmer than 0. Jesus said, YouTube brood vipers never get Matthew 12. These pools of supersalinated water store extremophiles events. Yeah, that's really cool stuff to look into. Those extremophiles and the freaking what's the one, the water bear, the tardigrade, the oceanic tectonic plates completely continental top plates. Right, and that's another very interesting thing is that we still have tectonic movements that expose like you would expect if it's that cold down there, it would be pumping even more cold, which means it'd be moving more heat out of the crust. Melted cheese at the core. If you keep pouring ice water on hot rocks, do they stay hot? No, they don't. But if you pour hot water on nuclear reactions, they don't cool down. They keep going. They keep until all the water's evaporated, or until you can slow the you can't slow the reaction like that until it goes solid, unless you're talking about very, very cold. You would keep evaporating, like how what's it called work, nuclear power plants work. They use that, they take out the control rods that get the reaction going, that boils the water, that turns the steam. They don't add more water to cool it down when they want it to stop. They slide in control rods to separate that nuclear material from its from other pieces of nuclear fuel rod to absorb that reaction. The core sun depends on the species rock. It's atmospheric plasma whatsoever climbing anywhere. Water is transferring heat much faster than the rock. Right. So why is it zero at the bottom of the ocean? You would be thinking that would be cooling the center of the Earth faster, and that water, or that the water is still touching the sides, so you would expect it to be like if you go to the side of the ocean and drill this way, is it rather than like straight down towards the center of the Earth? No rock will retain all of its heat. Right. Okay, I understand that too. But it's still at those depths and pressures around the globe, you're still getting those depths, except for when you go to the bottom of the ocean, right? So if there's still a very molten nuclear reaction going on in the center of the Earth, pushing out a bunch of heat, how did it cool it down to the point where it's freezing when the same area on the same planet at those depths is hundreds of degrees? It's measurable difference. They want to get a difference over the board. Oh, it's definitely plastic. Not live band, plastic, petroleum, billions of products ago. I have compositions of urine and space. I would listen when I was 18 or 19 years old. I looked into this for like a month. There wasn't the internet, so I had to go. I went to the libraries. I grabbed a bunch of encyclopedias, and there wasn't anyone to ask. So, but when it was talked about, and the answers that I would get for why is it so cold at the bottom was the sun doesn't reach it. And I said, I understand that. I understand the sun doesn't reach it. But if we started molten and then it started to cool, okay, so then you would think that we've got these soups and spoons, or if they're all atmosphere, meteorite or asteroid impacts that cause the oceans and whatnot, or in the Pangea thing, if everything was on one side, you would still have to deal with the Earth cooling, and still, but the thing is, it's not just cooling; it's still producing heat. So you have a radiant device at the center of the Earth pushing heat out, and magma can still get to the bottom of the ocean. So it's not that it's cooling it outside in. And like I said, you can still get spurts of rock out. So why wouldn't that water cool that magma that's trying to push its way through these vents? Why are the vents still open? Why are the vents still gassing? Because you think that would have ended, but you think that would have ended there, and the Earth would be pretty much dead before. This is why we don't find water on other large objects. Talking about microbial extremophiles, the bottom of Mariana Trench, like 6 miles down, I'm in contact through reviewing. Our plastic bag turns out to be dust. Yeah. So I have a lot of planters that are plastic that turn into dust. And so I started to realize that this plastic lasts forever. A lot of that was marketing. So we would buy plastic lawn implements and whatnot and chairs because they last forever. You only need to buy one, but that turned out to not be true. Unfortunately, I could say that the heat in the mantle isn't from radiation, it's from pressure. Right. Understood. So why isn't the pressure of the water pushing down on that rock heating it up? I blame the aliens for Trump being a bigoted racist. Can the magnetic sphere anyways generate power? Yeah, so yeah, there's actually some pretty good we don't know about unlimited, but pretty much like there's these antennas that people are working on that go up like a couple 100 feet, and then like if you go a couple 100 feet in the air between that and ground, there's a voltage gradient. You don't get a lot of current, so you would need a bunch of them, but it seems like it would be much more profitable to do a bunch of these than a bunch of solar panels. You get them days round. Trump 30-30, 2032. He doesn't even know what fascism is there in the world, but yeah, a lot of people don't. Water is just like hot rises. That section is be rapidly dispersed heat. Secret destruct. I know he keeps wearing a Trump 20. Fascism 1951. Darkness serves by the right wing, left wing. Right. But we know we have circulation. Up to, but there's interesting saltwater levels. It's just interesting. It's just interesting that if you go to the bottom of the Mariana Trench and if you were to dig down just a quarter of a mile, it's not going to be freaking. It's not going to be 300 degrees. So if that was the case, then wherever the Earth dips in for there to be an ocean, you would expect the core to have the same kind of dip in it, where it's cooling unevenly. My species, Anunnaki, seeded life on this planet, so you schmucks could mine gold for our dying atmosphere in Nibiru. We are organic life science, but you produce your poison plastic. But your science is enslaved gold. Your dictionaries, stick where the sun don't shine. It's the same thing. We are woke. For real. I'm working on swamp coolers back in the day. Yeah, I used to work in an aluminum factory that used swamp coolers because we had so much heat in there that we had to blow water around, mist around to cool people off because the air conditioning wouldn't have done anything except for cost a lot of money. At least that's what they told us. Transplant raised by come on. I'm far back. I wasn't ignoring. I was far back. Richard knows the chaos has caused the juices to ignore it. I'm working on it. The weight of the crust and the ocean does heat up the mantle. Yes, right. So why isn't the bottom of the ocean warmer? Why isn't that heat radiated into the bottom of the ocean? Or is it that there's enough water that's distributed? But you would think it'd be warmer than zero. That's my point. And listen, I tried to do the math. I tried to talk to people, but you can't get really good numbers because we've only explored 5% of the oceans. So we don't really know, like, I mean, at least back then we didn't know, at least what was in encyclopedias and stuff. The game is fun. What do you mean? We're doing fine. If you my brother, my descendant of mine has a Kandahar. Working with Richard covered 2% of my BS. If you detonated a megaton bomb at the bottom of the ocean, it would not heat it up as only a few tens of feet away. If you detonated a megaton device at the bottom of the ocean, it would not heat it up at all, only a few tens of feet away. Okay, I understand that too. I understand. What I'm saying is the water should be warmer. You're getting solar heat. From the beginning of time, you're getting solar heat from above, solar radiation, and you're getting tectonic, you're getting core, and so whatever you want to call it, friction, or whatever it is in the core producing heat, and the friction from the pressure that's producing heat. So why the water's not going to come down rain at 0 degrees. So the rain that enters the big ass trench that ends up being the ocean should never have gotten to 0. As it slowly filled up, all that pressure, which there wouldn't have been that pressure if it was empty, but all that pressure and everything and all that heat, the water would have never sunk to 0 degrees. It would have always stayed above that. So if you took 0 degree water to pour into the ocean onto this, just say 1,000 degree core, say for instance, it's 300 degrees. So as you're dumping water on, it's going to start cooling that rock down, but the sun's going to heat it up, and then the core temperature is still going to heat it up. So that water would rise above 0 degrees, and then you're going to get more water, and the sun's going to heat that up, and the core is going to heat that up. It would be above 0, and then you're going to get more rain, and so you're getting heat from both ends. The explanations is that the water explains it like the water has always been there. So they talk about the pressure and the pressure from the water, pressure from the rocks, but the water wasn't always there. How did it get to 0? My parents propel a couple of galaxies over. Why can't humans land on Venus more than 5 seconds? We expected more out of you guys. Did you see what the Russians sent to Venus? Explanation said it'd be fun with a ton of money. Definitely on sound universities because of heat transfer. I don't know if you said that before or after what I said. I understand heat transfer better than most people. Absolutely. But my point is that it should be colder farther up through the water column if it's still I still don't see it. Because you still also have thermal convection as like the hot water sinks. So you would constantly be replenishing that with cold water, and warm water would be cycling through, but not 0 degrees Celsius. You would, because it would have had to have been ice at one point and then thawed, and then the pressure and everything on that would have kept that at 0, and but kept it liquid, maybe because of the salt. So if the Earth was a solid rock at one point, a solid ice chunk, then that could possibly make sense if something else triggered the reaction in the center of the Earth. But I can't see, starting as a liquid blob and cooling down, how the water, which cannot flow at 0 degrees, could have gotten salty and did what it needed to do over the period of time while all of the rock was cooling. So thermal heat transfer, right? You had heat, everything was glowing hot. So how did the water get to 0? Now, there may be things that I'm missing, like before we had an atmosphere, a lot more. No, how did we escape? How would the heat escape to outer space? Yeah, it's still draws up. Cold water will always be lower because the water gets hot as it rises higher in the depths. I understand that too. I absolutely understand that. Maybe this makes more sense to you than it does to me. But I still can't see, if you start with a rock, a glowing hunk of rock that's got no water on it, and you start adding water onto it, how that water ever gets to 0 degrees. Hottie. Oh, good point. Very true. Fabric of dark matter. DNA hominids of non-ocular overlords. The water at the bottom of the ocean is 273 degrees Kelvin. It's incredibly warm compared to if there weren't any radiating to the crust of the Fahrenheit degrees, but 0 would be cold. Yeah. It just, I can't see how, if there's a heat source from above and below, how it got to 0 on a cooling rock. I thought a PSYOP Venus was fake news, did you? The Russians landing on Venus. We actually seeded you here. I burned up another planet, son. Cold water at the bottom will absorb any heat from below, which cools the rock, which doesn't transfer heat as fast. Cold water will, say it one more, cold water will absorb heat. So it wasn't below zero, but it's currently zero. So where does that absorbed heat go to? It would be cycled through. So that water layer where it touches the rock would warm up, and then it would cycle away. As it cycles away, it warms the water above that as colder water flows in, but it's not going to be colder than zero. Venus, okay, let's see. Yeah, check this out. Check this out. Look at the teeth on this thing that they slammed into Venus. They slammed this thing into Venus, and these teeth on here, they had to have it, they wanted it to dig into the rock so it wouldn't get blown away. The bidirectional heat gradient is because you have two heat sources, sun and mantle. Right. This is what's throwing the math off for me. I can't see how the water got that cool without being frozen. How do you get water that's above freezing to freezing temperatures, to 0 F? How do you, without it having been ice first, how do you get it down to that temperature on a cooling hunk of rock? Sunlight, vitamin D, brother. If you have solar heat versus radiant cooling into space, now a different material to heat transfer, also have a hot core. That's my point. How do you cool the water on the bottom to this level where you have two heat sources trying to keep the water above freezing? You might put solution on the skin. Puts it in the tank again. At the time humans killed Pluto, we gave up on your ability to mine enough gold to fix the Nibiru's atmosphere. We're trying, brother Dragon. We're trying, brother. Yeah. I mean, I could be completely wrong. I just can't see how yet. And I don't accept that somebody saying because I said so. And I'm not talking about you, Cyanide. I'm talking about just in general education. The answers don't make sense when you think through them a little bit deeper. Like if you start off on a hot rock and you start adding rain to cool that down, you're cooling it down, you're cooling it down, you're cooling it down. So then the rock starts to cool down. So it's below 212 degrees. So liquid water can start forming on there. And then as you fill it up, it cools down a little more and a little more and a little more. But you're also heating it up from the sun and from the core of the earth. And then when the water gets much deeper, you're still above zero. The sun and the mantle and the core is keeping it above those temperatures. And then when it gets heavier, the pressure is going to have that temperature addition also. So you're still collecting sun from the solar, and you're still collecting sun from the core, heat from the core. So I can't see how the water ever got to zero. All right, we'll leave it at that. So I don't know. There's no implications except for it's just one of those things that we accept as fact. When further scrutiny doesn't seem to hold up, and I don't know. I don't know what the implications are, except for it doesn't seem to make sense. And how many other things that we accept as fact, but when you start thinking through it and using a longer timeline, like people when they talk about the water being cold at the bottom of the ocean, they talk like the water's always been there. And it seems like they're talking from the point that the water must have been frozen at one point, right? And so, but how did it get to zero? How did it get to zero? Anyway, all right, I'm gonna go to bed, everybody. I done used all my brain power. I gotta go lock the chickens up. I appreciate y'all hanging out. Thanks for bullshitting with me, brother. Water in the ocean cycles around. Yeah, I agree. That's why I don't see how it's at zero. So the water that's at the bottom of the ocean's at 0 degrees, but warmer water is going to flush around. Water warmer than zero, so you would think it would be above. Now I gotta understand that. Does the Mariana Trench run with the ECU? I should go quick. I don't know. We'll look at it. I'm going to call it a night now. My butt cheeks need to go to bed. Maybe there's an ice cube. Yeah, somebody dropped an ice cube. It fell to the bottom of the ocean, and it just dropped it from, yeah. All right, I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night.